All right. Well, the Israelite School of Biblical History and Practical Knowledge. We are in Norfolk, Virginia at 2016 Granby Street. And this is the Shabbat noon class. So it's Shabbat noon class. It's 12 noon. And we do class from 12 noon to 5 p.m. And then we're gonna be going with the noon prayers, and we're gonna slide it right into class from there. All right. All right. Let's go.
Barakatah Yahweh, Bahasham Yahushai, Kahawa'ah, Utalanawa, Award, Zayawam, the water, Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name Yahushai, that gives to us the light to see. Thanks, so be it. The light represents the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding of the Most High. You can find it in Matthew chapter 5 and verse 16.
Barakatah Yahweh, Bahasham Yahushai, Kahawa'ah, Utalanawa, Rayah, Neachacha, the water, Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name Yahushai, that gives to us the sweet savor. Thanks, so be it. And the sweet savor represents our prayers going up to the Most High. You can find it in Psalm chapter 141, verses 1 and 2.
I imagine we'll bring out your Ashanam.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Barakatah Yahweh, Bahasham Yahushai, Kahawa'ah, Utalanawa, Hasabat, Basalam, the water, Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name Yahushai, that gives to us the Sabbath and peace. Thanks, so be it.
All right, this is Psalms 121 in Hebrew. It says, Anasha, Ayah, Hohayam, Na'ayah, Yahuwa'ah, Isaiah, Yahuwa'ah, Vayahawa, Sha'aisha, Shemaiah, Wa'oratazah, La'ah, Jonathan, Lamawat, Regoya, Yala'ah, Nawam, Yasharamar, Yasha'ala, Yahweh, Shemoya, Yahweh, Shazoya, Al, Yimyah, Yad, Hashemash, Gala'ah, Hakayah, Bayawam, Wala'ah, Halabana, Balayala, Yahweh, Yashemoya, Makol, Ra, Yashemar, the Pasha, Yahweh, Yashemar, Hawalakia, Wabu'aya, Ma'aitan, Wa'ai, Iwalam, Aman.
This is Psalm chapter 121. I will lift up my eyes unto the hills, from which cometh my help. My help cometh from the Most High, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Yasharallah shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Most High is thy keeper. The Most High is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Most High shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Most High shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in, from this time forth and even forevermore. Amen.
Amen. Shemaya Yasharallah, Yahweh Alahayno, Yahweh Achad, Shemaya Yasharallah, Yahweh Alahayno, Yahweh Achad, Shemaya Yasharallah, Yahweh Alahayno, Yahweh Achad.
Deuteronomy chapter 6 verse 4. Hear, O Yasharallah, the Most High our power
the Lord's Prayer in Hebrew. Abanawa, Shabbat Shemayim, Qudash, Hayah, Shemka, Yahweh, Malakwatka, Taba'ah, Latazaka, Hayah, Aisha, Ba'aratza, Kowa, Hayah, Bashamayim, Latanawa, Lacham, Kol, Yawam, Wasalach Noah, Chabawat Noah, Chasalat Noah, Chabawat Yanoah, Wala'ah, Kabinoah, Banasaya 1, Abo, Awashai Noah, Mayan, Rai, Kaya, Laka, Amalakwa, Waha'alam, Wahata, Baharat, La'aywalamia, Aman.
This is Matthew chapter 6 and verse 9. After this manner, therefore, pray ye. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth, as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen.
Amen. This is the 10 Commandments. Number 1, La'ah, Yahaya, Laka, Alahaya, Akhoya, Alpanya.
Thou shalt not have no other powers before me.
Number 2, La'ah, Ta'aisha, Laka, Pasol, Wala'ah, Ta'aibadam.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3, La'ah, Talakwa'ah, Sham, Yahweh, Bashua.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
Number 4, Zakar, Hayawah, Hashabat, Lakwatashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5, Kabad, Abaka, Wa, Amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6, La'ah, Taratazak.
Thou shalt not murder.
Number 7, La'ah, Tana'ah.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8, La'ah, Taganah.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9, La'ah, Ta'ainah, Shakur.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10, La'ah, Tachamad, Kol, Hasara, Lara'aika.
Thou shalt not covet anything that is thy neighbor. Yeshamin, which means to be seated.
Sir. We're gonna salute basically the first reader. Sabbath.
Lekatakan, Shabbatisol, Rabban, Ban Yashalam.
Lakatagan, Sabbath, Rabban, Banya Shalom. Men of Israel, Imagine, Barak,
Yahweh Shem Yahushai Barakatam.
Yahweh Shem Yahushai Barakatah.
So that was a good tune. Yeah. You got it. Look, Levi.
So the first reading is going to start at Numbers chapter 34, verses 1 through 20. The first reading will start at Numbers chapter 34, verses 1 through 20. And let's see somebody could sit next to her. Ash, you got it? So you good? You gonna do it? Okay. Yeah, just let us know if you need. But okay. So Numbers chapter 34,
and verse 1.
God. Numbers chapter 34 and verse 1. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel, and say unto them, When ye come into the land of Canaan, this is the land that shall fall unto you for an inheritance, even the land of Canaan with the coast thereof.
Yeah, so this is our inheritance. I was saying it earlier, right? This is not something that you have to pay for. This is something that you have to work for. Right? You just have to work for it. We just have to go through the things that we read in all the previous books before we read this one to earn it. You know, and what is this? What are we seeing in this moment where now, you know, go to Ecclesiastes 51 and 30, where now you're seeing the fruits of your labor. This is the fruits of our ancestors' labor, but, you know, what we're supposed to be tuning into as we read these things, as we read these stories, and what's going on and what's transpiring, you know, looking at what they had to endure, what everybody had to go through, sacrifice, you know, put away, just to get to this point. They had to go through this. Read.
Ecclesiastes chapter 51 and verse 30.
Mm-hmm.
Work your work.
They had to literally do that. And it was two types of work, right? Which is what? Raise your hand. Which is what? There's two types of work they had to do. You look like what? Go ahead on There's two types of work they had to do.
They had to do the work of the Most High, and they had to do work to each other as far as being unified.
Well, that's one. That's one.
God.
Because when we're doing it toward who?
Towards the Most High.
But with a love toward our people.
God. Mm-hmm.
But there's two types of works we have to do. That's not the wrong answer. But it's not exactly what I was looking for.
God.
Right? Hold on, I feel like you already know it.
I was about to say, so we had to teach the word, and then we also have to do the physical.
Those are two physical things.
Oh, okay, come on.
Go ahead.
Keep the commandments and have faith in Christ.
I mean, it's not wrong answers. It's not wrong answers, but there's an answer I'm looking for. There's the two types of work.
You looking for mental and physical?
Boom.
Mental and physical work?
Spiritual and physical work.
Spiritual and physical.
Oh, okay.
You have to do the spiritual work, which is working on yourself, and then the physical work, which was what everybody here was just pointing out. Right? Dealing with people, teaching the word, those things. Set up your tents, watching, keeping a watch, you know, all the physical stuff that came with it. The physical labor, but the physical labor goes right with the spiritual. So it's two types of work. So they was working their work, but they had to endure on two fronts. But those two fronts was connected. The physical, the spiritual, the mental, they're all connected. So they were working their work beat times. They had so much of that to do. We read it. And they had to exercise their faith, they had to exercise their trust, they had to exercise their belief in the Most High. But all those things kind of fall in that umbrella. I was looking for the word mental and physical. Right? But that's literally what they had to do though. That's literally what we have to do. And because we're in that same time period where we have to do that same exact thing where we have to work our work big times. Because they didn't see that. They didn't get this is a process of time of them getting to this point where now this is a literal thing that they're talking about that's happening. This is the land that shall fall unto you for an inheritance, even the land of Canaan with the coast thereof. They're at this point where it's happening. But it's so much that came before. And we're at this point right now, right? There's so much that's coming before us actually get to the point where we're going to actually, because we're still putting in that work to get into the kingdom. So I don't want to say it like that. We're still putting in that work to get to the kingdom, but there's so much work that's going to come before we get to that point where, okay, you in the kingdom, you're not. You in the kingdom, you're not. Right? Because based off of our works and our faith and what we're doing now, right? What we do know what to do as far as giving ourselves. But there's so much that comes with that, but now they're actually at that point. And, you know, what we should be taking from that is that they work their work. So if they have to work their work, I'm going to have to work my work. And what's going to happen in that? Read.
Work your work B times, and in his time, he will give you your reward.
And that B times is you put in a consistent effort. You put in a consistent effort to make something new about you, right? In the mental, and it'll do the physical part, right? In the mental, and then it'll do the physical. The physical will follow right after because you trained your brain to do what you want it to do. So you're gonna make so it's obviously your brain, your mind's gonna make your body do what you want it to do. So and that's because they are connected. And that's why it's mental and it's physical. But it's mental first because the mental deals with what? The spirit. The internal man. The physical is what you're gonna act out. But if you can deal with that spiritual man, the inner man, and work him, then he's gonna make the outer man, the physical part of you, do the what? The labor. And that's where you being patient and the Most High comes into play too, though. Because your mind's gonna be working itself while all that's going on. You're like, no, Most High, you say you're gonna give me this, you're gonna give me that. Well, you gotta wait. Because really, we're not getting things that we deserve. We're getting things that He's been merciful and gracious enough to give us the opportunity to gain. You know, and that's the key point that we want in this. That our job is to, I think it's in Psalms 49 and 3. Let me see. Yeah, be still. Be still. This is our job. No, it's not 3. 46 to 10? Oh, yeah. Yup, that's it.
Psalms chapter 46, verse 10.
Mm-hmm.
Be
Well,
still.
let's let everybody get there. Psalms 46 and 10. Because we want to understand that, you know, yes, we have to work our work B times. Our job is to work our work B times, and that's at Ecclesiastes 51 and 30. So our job is to work our work B times, and in His time, in the Most High's time, He'll give you the reward. And our job, while we're waiting for all these things, right, the blessings, and the things that we want from the Most High, our job is to be still. Oh, I just said the verse. I'll be doing that. But read that. Psalms 46 and 10.
Psalms 46, verse 10.
Mm-hmm.
Be still.
Be still. And while we're working our work, B times, our job is to learn how to be still. Be still means what? Patient. Be calm. Keep our composure. Because what things disrupt our composure? Bills, housing situations, family dynamic, right? You might have an issue. You and your rib not seeing eye to eye. You and your son not seeing eye to eye. Your daughter and you not seeing eye to eye, right? Right? You had different things going on that's causing you to be disrupted. Whatever can cause you to be disrupted will keep you from being still, which is what? Keeping you away from waiting on the Most High. And, you know, our job is, while we're working that work, is to be still.
Go on.
We're learning to be still because, you know, in that phase, in that time period, you're learning to train new habits into yourself. You know, and that's where we're learning to, like, break in that new man. Because the old man, we was talking about the other day, like the old man, let's say you're not even doing the physical negative that you used to do, right? The physical act of negativity that we know we used to do, whether it's like stealing, robbing, whoremongering, right? All those things. But there is patterns. There's things that you do that lead you to that point where you fall back into it. But let's say you're not doing the actual act anymore. Those patterns still try to come back in your brain, and it's like an itch.
Right.
Be wanting you to scratch, and be wanting you to scratch. So if you never, while working your work, learn to be still, which is being patient. The patience is you training your mind to think a new way. Then you can never truly overcome that battle, because it'll come back around, and because you never really learn to defend against it, it'll be attacking you. And because you're not making the voice lower, all the volume is doing is getting higher. You see that? And then when a moment, and how does the volume get higher? How does the noise get louder? And how do you know that when it'll come back around? Well, because you're not building up any defense with the Spirit. You know, because you're not building that defense up with the Spirit, you're not learning how to be still, to wait for the Most High to bless you and increase you,
Be like, oh, I want to overcome lust. I want to overcome anger. I want to overcome sloth. I want to overcome doubt. I want to overcome impatience. I want to overcome anxiety, depression. But what are you doing? What are you doing when He gives you that space of time to have that opportunity? That's what the wilderness was. That was what getting out of Egypt and going through this walking journey to get to Israel was for.
Right.
For us to have a duration of time to learn how to be still. You see that? That was our duration, but we had to work our work 3 times. So that His time, when He's ready, He can give us the reward. Because our job was to learn how to be still and learn what? Read.
I will be exalted.
No. Be
Oh,
still.
sorry. Be still and know that I am God.
We were supposed to start learning, relearning. Oh, that was God that gave me the car. Oh, that was God that gave me the. Well, that was God who helped me get through this hard time. That was our job in the wilderness. But when those moments popped up, and we see a lot of those moments in Numbers, heavy, right? When we see a lot of those moments popped up, what they do? Disrupt. Get prideful, try to argue with Moses, try to fight. So they did what? They went back to the same habit that they left Egypt with. Because they was thinking and acting the same exact way in Egypt. And they never learned how to be still in the moment. So this is what we're going through. And we're seeing that now, we got to this point where now they inherited this, they're getting their inheritance. This is the work that we have to put in because why? We ain't paying with physical money. We're not paying with physical money. So if we're not paying with physical money, what do we got to pay with? Ourselves. Our daily yourself. It's like how he's been giving a lot of rides. They've been doing the ride scenario recently a lot. But that's the payment. That's the payment to the Father. Because you're doing it what? In the spirit of charity. That's where the physical meets the spirit. So he's doing the physical work, but then he has to also meet the spiritual standard, which is what? I'm doing this out of love. I'm doing this out of charity. I'm doing this out of kindness. And that's the Most High. That's your funds. You're like, here, Yahweh, here's my love. Here's my charity. And then Paul is like, what? I'll show you my work, my faith by my what? So they met in the middle. Because why? He was learning how to be still and wait on the Lord. But that's what we're going through right now. We're learning how to be still and wait on the Most High. And this is what happened right here with it now. That generation, that portion of Israel that Most High was also being merciful to. Right? Those people that was under the 20. And then obviously Joshua, Caleb, who stood strong. This is them inheriting now that blessing. So this is what we're reading in. And it's going to go into that. Yes, sir? Okay. But let's go back to reading.
Numbers chapter 34 and verse 3. Then your south quarter shall be from the wilderness of Zin along by the coast of Edom. And your south border shall be the outmost coast of the Salt Sea eastward. Verse 4. And your border shall turn from the south to the ascent of Akron.
Right. You know what this make you think of? It's like when you think about like we be fighting over a block. Right? We be fighting over a block, but then we on coast. Right? We was on the coast, we was on the borders. We had borders. We had land masses. We had literal land masses that we inherited, but now we fight for a corner, right? That we run away from when the police come. But now we thinking about we fight for integration, wanting to be around white people, wanting to be around the nations, but we got our own. And this is something to really fight for. Right. But like we know, Esau, the white man, the nations, they got us in a delusion. They got our people in a trick. They trigger the minds of our people to do what? Chase after a block. This is my neighborhood. I'm from 1800 block. Right? I'm from Curry Park. 63rd. Right? I'm from you said who?
63rd.
I'm from 63rd. Right? I'm from O Block, from Chicago, right?
I'm not.
Yeah, but these are the things that they train us to fight for. But this is not That ain't worth nothing.
Right.
That ain't worth nothing. Look at how like the places we live, the building, the material that they use is low quality. It's low budget. You got things breaking down, right? Water pipes busting because it's old pipes that they don't want to renew, because they don't want to have to go through spending the money to use it for something good versus something vain, which they want to finance a war.
No gardens.
No gardens. Like, you ain't got no gardens, no trees.
The neighborhood is named Garden.
You live in a neighborhood named Parkway Gardens, but there's no gardens there.
Right. No good vegetation. But the delusion though. That's the delusion. They have us in this ghetto. Like they said, the ghetto was a what? Experiment. And they obviously the experiment worked. The project worked. Yeah. It's called the projects, the ghetto, the slum. But we got something greater than that. We got something greater than our townhouse. We got something greater than the apartment.
Right.
You see that? But these are things to fight for. When you look at the stories, it's like we actually have something to fight for. I think you're looking. What you looking
I'm
at?
trying to look for to get a map to show.
See how big it is? Yeah, he's gonna get the map to show how big it is, so he's gonna get the measurements. This is so we can, huh? Oh, he's not the mathematician. We need the. He's not the geometry. He's gonna.
I'm gonna look to see what they got.
Yeah, he's looking at what we got. Who's a mathematician here? Who's knows geometry? All right, you're supposed to know. He's from the South. He grew up on the farm.
What's the question?
No, he's just checking out the how big the square footage of the land that we own. So he's gonna go into it in the book though. He's gonna go into it in the Bible. Bible will tell us. But you know, we own a lot more than just the neighborhoods that we live in. We own like there's nothing valuable in the neighborhoods that we grew up in. There's nothing to be like, man, I can't leave the block, man. I can't leave the block. I love my neighborhood. Right? There's nothing there. We should be fighting for this area. We should be fighting for Jerusalem. We should be fighting for Jerusalem and wanting to see our home again.
Right.
We should be wanting to get back to where we used to live, where we come from. And that should be a vision. You know, that's something to put in the mind, but we don't think about those things. We don't think about those things because we think about the present, the here and now. It's like you said, they had to work their work B times, but we're not paying attention to working our work B times. We think about the here and the now and what I have now, what I'm afraid to lose right now.
Yeah.
What I have now that gives me comfort and peace and solace, and what gives me ease. Like, I'm looking for the momentary high. What gives me the momentary high that I don't get, because if I try to do it or get it from the Father, He's gonna make me wait. He's gonna make me feel resistance. He's gonna make me feel stress. He's gonna make me feel pulled in two ways. You see that? And you gotta see that what? That's what people get stuck into. You get stuck in not wanting to see it the way the Most High wants you to see it. Because think about it, He given us the wilderness of Zin along the coast of Eden. Your border shall be the outmost coast of the Salt Sea eastward. Right? We had a beach house. Right? We had a beach house. We was living by water. Good fishing.
Yeah.
Right? Not that you gotta get a permit just to fish. Fishing.
Come on now. Come on.
Right? You gotta get a permit just to fish.
Right.
On free land that the Most High gave us freely.
Right.
On land that the natives used to have.
Right.
Oh, this was free land, like literally free land. Think about it. We don't think about those things because we just be thinking about food, shelter, clothes, and a woman. Or vice versa for a woman, right? So we think about food, clothes, shelter, and a man. And children. That's all we think about. We don't think about all the abundance of things. We never had much, so we don't think about all the different amenities of the world that we can offer. But if we open our eyes and just read, then we fight for more. Because think about it. Isn't fishing like a peaceful thing? It's like a peaceful thing to be able to sit there and just literally, like I say, throw out the rods, sit there, be still, and just meditate.
Yeah, the wind, the waves.
The hill, yeah. Yeah, like literally think about that.
All we, yeah, you said who?
You be at peace with your thoughts.
You be at
You
peace.
think clearly, no outside noise.
And it's different from just you hearing an engine all day,
Right.
right? Or you in the damn supermarket, you the stockman, you hearing this all day. You stocking the damn boxes all day. Or you hit the mower in the line all day, right? All the different jobs, you in somebody's house all day fixing things. You know what scene always gets me? Just was talking about this, right? This piece that we're fishing. The scene that always gets me is when Nat Turner and them, they was free. And they went on a couple of escapades to free the different slaves. And they finally had a moment to kind of like chill.
Yeah.
After a night of like freeing people. And then they woke up, they seen sunlight. And they was like at peace. Because they was like, damn. All right, now I would have been waking up to pick cotton. I'd have been waking up to go do masonry work. I'd have been waking up to cook breakfast for boss. I'd have been waking up to do this, but that's what we fight for when we fight for this land. So it's not so much just focusing on the land, is why I'm pointing this out. It's like, we have more to fight for versus what we fight for now. We just fighting for the townhouse. I gotta go to work, I gotta get this overtime, I gotta pay the bill. Nothing wrong with paying bills, nothing wrong with making sure you take care of those things. But to the point where now it got you bound to where you don't think about wanting to, push for more, fight for the future, right? Plan for the present, but fight for the future, right? It don't have you thinking like that. But the Most High is like, I want to give you peace and solace. Think about that, being able to just fish. You go outside like, hey, I'm up. Hey, babe, I'm gonna take the boys fishing. Think about just being able to do that. Not being like, hey, I'm gonna call out work today and I'm gonna go fishing. Man, hey, Timmy, man, John, man, my stomach hurt right now. And you gotta make up something.
Yeah.
But now you actually do what? You can just sit there and just peacefully just fish.
I'm hoping Timmy will be at the fish spot.
Right? You ain't paranoid that Tim gonna come be at the fishing shop because he actually was off today, but he's a supervisor. I seen, what's the big guy? Aaron. I see Aaron at the fishing told him he was sick. He called out sick. I seen he told him he was coming to mow the lawn, but then he told him he had a stomach ache or a family issue and he ain't come mow the lawn. Right? Think about how not having to deal with those issues though.
Yeah.
That's a high level of peace.
Yeah.
But it started with us doing the work of building the peace in our mind right now though.
Right.
Because we can get the peace now and then more of it later because there's levels to it, right? There's levels to peace. And that's a level that we try to obtain to.
Another good thing about fishing, it tests your patience.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, it works your patience. It definitely works your patience. But it also gives you peace though. Because you realize in that moment that you don't have the power, you're not in control. You're not in control of anything. The Most High is the one that's in control, whether or not you get that fishing out. Right? Rahman was saying something the other day about how they used to go fishing. Her parents' her mom had friends who had a pond, and they would go fishing, and then there'd be days where their fish would be jumping out the water, biting for the bugs or something like that, trying to eat the bugs or something like that. And their friends would tell them whether or not it's a good day to come fishing or not, whether they bite or not. And if there was a bite, it wasn't a good day. But if they was biting, like, oh, y'all can come through. Yeah. She was like saying that that's what they used to do. Obviously that's not the end all be all, them jumping out the water every time, because it's not always gonna happen that way. But that was just one tool or a piece of advice that they would give them. But showing that what's the point of saying all that? That the Most High is in control. He controls the wave of how things flow, so we just gotta learn how to be still. We gotta fight for something bigger. We gotta realize we are fighting for something bigger, and we just gotta do what? Just patiently wait, because this is gonna come back. It's gonna come, all the things we read about the land that we have, these are things, these are not just things of the past. These are things that's coming back to you. And more. So let's jump back to the reading though.
I got so many pieces in my head.
Huh?
I said I got so many precepts in my head right now.
What you got?
That which was will be, and that which has been shall be again. You know, that scripture that talks about that, and then you talked about peace and solitude and being patient and being still, right? It says in your patience,
well, let's get it.
possess ye your soul.
Let's get it.
Yeah.
Let's get them. Look, what's the Job 7:8, 7:6? It said, though that beginning was small. It says Job chapter 7, verse, no, there's 8. Is it 8 and 7? Let me see. Oh, Job 8 and 7. Job 8 and 7.
You got it.
Job chapter 8, verse 7.
Mm-hmm.
Though thy beginning was small.
Yeah, our life seems to be small now, minute, miniature, of no importance. But in the Most High's eyes, you're valuable. Everybody here is valuable. Esau would like for you to think that you're not valuable. They like to think that you're just a number in a cell block, right? They like to think you're just a what? A black, a wetback, a coon, right? A border jumper, right? A watermelon drinker. They like you to think those things. They like for you to think less of yourself. Which is why they feed us with Friday After Next. Don't be a menace to society. Juice. Everything's about struggle. Every movie, every like black movie is about the struggle. The struggle for love. The struggle for family. The struggle for unity. The struggle for brotherhood. Like everything's a struggle, right? Everything's a cartel, right? Danny, what is it? Danny Trejo. They try to make him play the cartel, the mean mugging, Mexicano dad. The mean mugging Latino dad. Like, everything's negative. The MS-13 Torenos, right? The Pablo Escobar family versus the, what's the other cartel families? I used to watch it. I forgot the names. That's his area. That's Pablo area. Medellin is Pablo's. Damn, I forgot all the families. The so-called cartel families. You got the Escobars. Who else? You got El Chapo. Yeah, you got these twin brothers from the Mendozas. What? That sounds like the show. The Mendozas? Okay, that sounds like the show that I was watching. But the point is, right? These are all the negative connotations that come with us. Those are all the negative connotations that they would like us to believe that we are, and that's all we will ever amount to. But God said, though your beginning was small, what would have happened?
Yet thy latter end.
Yeah, but your end, your latter end, your very end, going to be what?
Should greatly increase.
But it's going to greatly increase. But it takes us just working our work times and being patient with where we're at, being content with where we're at, and working on that stage that you're at, and not allowing the distractions, the frustrations, the doubts, the anger, right? The fatigue, the mental fatigue, to beguile you, to trick you. You can't allow those things to trick you, because those things will trick you out your blessing. Those things trick us out of our blessings, and then we end up doing what? Something negative. Right? We end up doing something negative just to get what you want. Because why? You didn't want to wait. You didn't want to be still. The blessing was right around the corner, but then you ended up what? Falling short. Ended up falling short. Right when the blessing was there. And we have a tendency to do that. And we're known for that throughout the Bible. Most High bless us, take us out of slavery. What do? We do the behavior that leads you right back into slavery. But the Most High is saying that though your beginning was small, your latter end is going to be great. So basically what is it saying? You're destined for greatness. You're destined for greatness, but that's to those that give themselves to the Spirit of the Lord. We got to give ourselves to the Spirit of the Lord.
We have to literally work on ourselves. We have to work our work big times and change what we need to change, grow what we need to grow. Right? If it's better being a better husband, being more aware of each and every individual in your household, like I mean each individual, and if you're not a husband, if you're a brother, but you're in a household, right? Being aware of each and every individual's needs and tending to those needs. Because like I said yesterday about the definition of ministering, it's about tending to the souls of those people, other individuals, and relieving them. It's about relieving them as well. So that's our duty, that's our task. And you have to push past the mental fatigue and the fatigue to be able to have that level of awareness. And that's something you train yourself to do. So that we can what? Inherit those blessings. Right? You want to be able to, because think about it, we want to be able to inherit those blessings, but we also want to learn how to maintain it. So when you learn how to tend to somebody else, you learn to maintain a blessing. That brother's a blessing that you cross paths with. That sister's a blessing that you cross paths with. And now you're both engaging in what? Social networking. Right? This is called spiritual communication. And when you're engaging in that, that's a blessing. Because now somebody's thinking like you, or you have the opportunity to help somebody see the scriptures in the light that it should be seen.
Right.
You see that? And that's the importance of the ministry, but the Most High said we got to work our work B times. So our beginning was small, right? Our latter ain't going to be great. But we just got to go through all the things that we got to go through. You got to do all the things that you're supposed to do and at your level. Because there's a lot of things to distract right now. The world got a lot of things to distract everybody right now. But we have to do what? Fight against it. Proverbs 4 and 23. Proverbs 4 and 23. This is one of those ones. And make sure y'all take the notes so y'all can give it to this pastor, to the sister too. Alright? Well, go ahead.
Proverbs chapter 4, verse 23.
Mm-hmm.
Keep thy heart with all diligence.
And that's what it is. Excuse me. So that's what it is. But keep thy heart with all diligence. And that's the thing that we have to do. Diligence. Keeping our mind diligent is what we have to literally do. We're literally learning how to keep ourselves focused. Because we're so tossed to and fro. The world has been taught us to just give ourselves to our desires. Things that please us in that moment. That now we have to learn how to keep ourselves diligent. You have to make yourself be established in the word. Be established in the wisdom. Be established in what you're being shown. Literally, because think about what's the average person want to do when they go home? Just fall asleep.
Yeah. Turn the TV on.
Turn the TV on and then use it as background noise to help you go. It's like a lullaby. Yeah. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. That's the TV. That's what TV is. That's what TV do. Whatever your favorite series is, that's your lullaby. Yeah. And then you fall asleep to it and you're like, oh, it's 4 in the morning. Like you didn't know that that's what you wanted to do. Like you didn't know that that's the type of sleep that you yearn for, the sleep that you didn't know you fell asleep for. But that's what the world trained us for. It teaches us how to be the opposite of diligence. But the Most High said, you gotta keep it diligent. You gotta keep your heart with all diligence. Literally. And that's gonna help you in being a husband, being a wife, being a sister in Christ. Because then now you're gonna slow down the moments. There's moments you have to slow down. You have to catch yourself. To be honest, you gotta catch yourself. Because sometimes you be moving. Just be moving. Like I said, having personal experience. Sometimes you should be moving. And you forget oh dang. Let me ask you a question, how you doing today? Not just how you doing, but let me slow down, let me sit down, let me pause. And let me take a break. And let me put my phone down. Let me put the book back down. Let me put the Bible down. Let me put this down right here. But this is going to be opened up anyways through conversation. If y'all talking for real, your conversation is going to lead right back to this. So this is going to get right back picked up. But sometimes you be doing so much things and in your mind you tell yourself you're busy, but you have to slow down. And literally take that opportunity to say, hey, how you doing? You might have to step in somebody's room. Right? Or that person step into your room. Give them the invitation into your room. But hey y'all, let's kick it right quick. Let's watch this movie. Or let's sit here, let's talk. How you doing? Literally, that's those moments where we got to take advantage. That's the keeping your heart with all diligence.
Because what are we here for? To tend to one another. We're here to tend to one another, so if we tend to one another, we're opening up this literally to learn how to tend to one another. We're literally opening up the Bible to learn how to tend to one another. But when we read it, we gotta act it. Yeah, when we read it, we gotta act it. Okay, now let me slow down. This brother obviously needed a conversation. This sister obviously needed a conversation. She hides behind her jokes. He hides behind a lot of the joking. But there's something really going on because their jokes be out of season sometimes. I'm noticing that the jokes are out of season, so what's really going on with you? So let me try to find a way to wiggle around this out of season joke and see what's really on this person's mind so they can get the real help that they need. Let me slow down myself because I'm thinking about me right now. That's why I'm moving so fast. And let me slow myself down and give this person what they need. You see that? That's keeping your heart with all diligence because that's a part of it. Let me say that. That's a part of it. Because first and foremost is you checking you. It's us checking ourselves and looking at ourselves. But I'm highlighting this conversation thing because that's the moment where you got to check yourself to see like, okay, am I being selfish with my time? You see that? And that's one of the things we got to be able to be, what? Diligent in. Am I being diligent with my study time? Right? And these are different things though. But then put your situation, put the thing that you know you lack diligence in that bracket with this verse. And think about that thing and be like, how can I slow this moment down? Because this usually breezes past me. My nights go fast. And I'll be like, man, I ain't got no study time. Or if you feel like your nights go fast and you feel like you got no study time, there's some things that you're doing that's taking away the study time. That night study time. Right? So the night it should be like calm, cool, collected. It should. It should. Right? But keep your heart with all diligence.
For out of it are the issues of life.
Yeah, because if we don't do it, then the life issues will catch up with us. Yeah. It's gonna catch up with us. The bills, you don't pay attention to the bills catch up with you. Go ahead,
That's that idle mind and those thoughts that you know are still there, right? And you're trying to build up all of defense, like you said, right? You're trying to cast down all those vain thoughts and imagination, right? But it's a constant battle till that mind is renewed, till you can see that you don't even have those thoughts anymore.
Right.
Wait, when I came to this point before, I thought of this. Now I don't have. Wait, what was the thought I had before? You have a new thought. You have a new mind because you constantly, diligently put up that wall.
Right.
And you see yourself have victory if you're watching.
Right. Oh, okay, mic drop. Right? Right, but that's true. That's 100% true. You know, if you're watching, you tracking. I like to say tracking your steps. You tracking your steps like a tracer. You your own private investigator. You private investigating yourself. What did I do last night? Why did I do that last night? Why did I say that last night? Why did I read that last night? Why was I watching that show last night? Was it that I wanted to distract myself from what was going on in my mind, what I was dealing with, or was I just really wanting to watch TV? Was it me trying to say, oh, I'm about to go to sleep, is this background music, or was I really just like really trying to go to sleep? And I'm gonna have to that need noise to go to sleep. Some people need noise to go to sleep. You're just tracking those steps.
Right.
But it says keep your heart with all diligence because out of it are the issues of life. You gotta capture those moments. But let's jump back.
Numbers chapter 34 and verse 4. And your border shall turn from the south to the Essen of Akrabim, and pass on to Zin, and the going forth thereof shall be from the south to Kadesh Barnea, and shall go on to Hazor Adar, and pass on to Asman.
But you see how we went on a whole trail talking about
being still, fish. And is it talking about fish and being still here? But why were we able to get that from that? I want to see if y'all pay attention. Why were we able to get all that from it talking about land? Go ahead, Nazar.
I know that you brought it out earlier. It's like, you know, we would go fishing, we would have that peace, you know, and then.
No, I'm saying just in reference to this. Why were we able to capture all those things from that? No, he got it. I was just trying to remind him. Why are we able to talk about all those things with all this saying about land that you're gonna get?
It's because we thinking of the peace that's gonna come with it.
Yeah.
It's the good stuff.
Yeah, it's the good stuff. What you gonna say, Aaron?
Oh, I was gonna say that, I mean, we're not subject to payment in our own land.
Right.
You know, we went to fishing peacefully because that's the only thing that we can see that there's not supposed to be any form of payment or any stipulation or any guideline on it. I just grab a wire and a hook, right, put some bait on it, throw it in some water, and I pull a fish out, right? And there's no monopoly on the fish. There's no monopoly on the string that I had. You know, I'm just using all things natural to get what I naturally need to eat. And so I'm not, but anywhere else, I'm like, man, I gotta pay for this, but I gotta work, I gotta get this, then I gotta replenish my funds, so I gotta go to work next week, right? To replenish my funds that I burned today, I burned yesterday, right? So we think about these things constantly over and over. But when we go fishing, or when we have a land of our own, we ain't thinking about those things.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, it's like you sitting there, you take your time, you're reflecting.
Yeah.
This is a reflection of what we don't have, but what we used to have, what the Most High is going to give us back again. And so there's so much you can take from just reading about land and reading about land that you're going to inherit that it's key. Because if you just read it and like, boring, then you're not going to catch the essence. Then you're not really looking at the Bible, the scripture, with the mindset that the Father wants us to have.
Right.
Like, just go real quick to Deuteronomy 32:8 or 7. Deuteronomy 32 verse 7, please. This is the mindset we're supposed to be having when we're sitting in class, when we're actually like looking at these verses, when we're searching these verses, and we're reading about land and what we're about to get. Read.
Deuteronomy chapter 32, verse 7.
Everybody there? All right, go ahead.
Remember the days of old.
This is us remembering the days of old. We literally having to sit here and remember the days of old. This is to spark yourself to be like, damn, I have something greater to fight for. There's something meaningful. This is mine. This is what we're reading. This is yours. This place called Zin, this place called Canaan, that coast that's near Edom, that's yours. This is the deed to your land. We're literally reading our deed. This is the deed. We should be able to reflect. What comes with that? What comes with that? The fishing, growing fruits, herbs, right? You could be your own herbalist. Right? You study herbology, you could be your own herbalist. Right? Levi, my mom, she used to go outside sometimes and just rip off the leaves from outside. She knew she would look at the leaves. She knew what type of leaves she needed to grab from outside when it was the leaves be outside and whatnot when you're walking around in Miami. And she just pick them and then she go make tea. To do what? For some sort of ailment. But that's what we should be yearning for, a time where we can do things like that. Where we can freely just walk around and not have to work. But it takes us remembering the days of old. Remembering things like this, that you literally still own this. Somebody's just possessing it unlawfully. Read.
consider the years of many generations.
So our job is to consider the past, where we come from, who we are, and what does that mean, what value does that still hold in this time period? A lot. Because you're going to get back all the things that we read that we lost now. And we're like, dang, we think all the things that we made, like, dang, Solomon kingdom was majestic like that? Dang, David had everything under subjection like that? Dang, Samson was strong and mighty like that? All the things that we're amazed about in the Bible is coming right back times 10.
Yes, sir.
So it's important that we remember the days of old, consider years of many generations. But you can drop that. We can jump back to the reading. Let them know where you're at.
Deuteronomy chapter 34 and verse 5. And the border shall fetch a compass, from Asmon unto the river of Egypt, and the goings out of it shall be at the sea. And as for the western border, ye shall even have the great sea for a border. This shall be your west border.
Wow.
And this shall be your north border.
No, not the puddle when it rains. Not the puddle when it rains and you see the kid with the rain boots and he's jumping on the puddle. Not that puddle that the kid loses his mind off of. No, you had an ocean.
Yeah, a whole ocean.
You had a whole ocean. Read.
Verse 7. And this shall be your north border. From the great sea ye shall point out for you Mount Hor. From Mount Hor ye shall point out your border unto the entrance of Hamath. And the goings forth of the borders shall be to Zedad. And the border shall go on to Ziphron. And the goings out of it shall be at Hazar Enan.
Yeah, you know, this is what we fight for. This is what we fighting for, you know. We know fundamentally the most important part, right? The kingdom not meat and drink, right? We know it's not that, but, you know, we fight for family, for unity, for love, for peace, you know, and to maintain those things. But look at what else we had that came along with it. Look at what else we had. Like when you read this, it should make you smile, whether inwardly or outwardly, both. It should make you smile. If you was reading it, I was kind of just thinking about it, and I was like, damn. It's like almost like, damn. We really have all this? Yeah, it's like we have all this. Because now you think about it, right? What we have growing up now? A block, a corner, a house where they give you regulations on what you can and cannot grow. Right? They tell you when they come around trying to give you citations about cutting your grass. They come to you trying to tell you something about a car that you have parked in your parking lot, but because it has a flat tire, they got an issue with it. Think about those things. But you have so much. You had an ocean where you could have you could have a boat, a ship, a yacht. Huh?
And no taxes on the boat.
No taxes on the boat. Once you buy the land is yours. But this is what we had. This is what we're going to have. And that's why it says in Matthew 24:12, he that endures to the end, the same shall be saved. You're going to be saved from the living situation, right? The system of how they govern their world. And you're going to be saved from the negative, the mind, right? Saved from, we can save from so many different things. This is a beauty. To hear this, to see this, and to read this. Because this is what you have. This is your possession. Right? This is what the apostles was talking about with Christ.
And it's bigger than the crumbs, because you do got some of us who came from families having land.
Yeah.
Right? You got some of us that got family, got land that's been in your family for over 100 years. You got the sister that's on the news, 93 years old, right? Who inherited land from her husband. That she's fighting with a developer to try to keep, right? But I know I experienced what it feels like to say you go home, you're going to South Carolina, and this is your great grandmother's land. It does touch you in a different place, right? It makes you have a sense of value, but then that's still a crumb.
Yes.
That 5 acres, 10 acres that they may have had, that's a crumb to what the Most High gave us as a nation. Because, okay, maybe I could say, or maybe you got some of my Northern Kingdom brothers and sisters who say, okay, my family had land back in Ecuador, back in Honduras, back in Mexico. We had nice crops and we picked out. I got Benjamite friends who right now, they showing on Facebook, they back home in Jamaica picking their mango trees that's been in their family for as long as they can remember. But that's still just a crumb to what the Most High had. You still was calling yourself a name that was given to you by the English. You know, now you're gaining back this wealth. That's more than you could put a dollar amount on.
Yeah. You got it. But it's like, you got it. It's like I say, you know that you have these little motivational videos. We have these so-called motivational videos where you have just the wealthy man's mindset. They wake up at this time, they do this at that time. This is the way they balance out their check. This is what they do with their money. This is what they do with their kids. This is how they raise their kids. They teach it. Like the guy actually seen it on a short. He took his kids out of school. He raising his kids. He's teaching his kids financial literacy and all this different stuff. He has teachers come to the house. Oh, yeah. And they're raising their kids and they're preparing. But this is what the Bible does. This is a real wealthy person's mentality. Right. Because wealthy in all aspects of what wealth means, spiritually and physically, right? Right. This is the mindset of a real wealth. So if you want to get motivated off of how to get out the ghettos and the slum and how to get out that hood mentality, this is it right here. How to be a prestige person, how to be a king, a priest, a princess, a daughter of Zion, a holy woman, a godly man. This is it right here. Yeah. That was it. Okay, that was it. Yeah, this is the wealthy man's mentality. And this is why, go to Acts 1 and 6. This is why they asked this is why they asked Christ this. They know where they came from. They know who they are, they know where they came from, and they didn't get comfortable, right, with where they was at. And that's important, you know, and that's very, very important. Go ahead.
Acts chapter 1, verse 6. When they therefore were come together, they asked of them, saying.
And this is them obviously talking about what? The kingdom. But we're in the stage where we ready for what they were just asking. We asking the same question they asked. 1,000 years later, right? We asking the same question the apostles are asking them. Because they read the history, they read Genesis, they read Exodus, they read Numbers, they read Deuteronomy, and they were reading it. Right? They read Kings and Chronicles and the stories about Solomon and David and Samson doing great things, and they read all those things that we're reading now to invigorate our spirits, to be passionate about what we're doing. So they're asking Christ the same question we ask now. Read.
Saying, Lord, wilt thou at this time restore again the kingdom to Israel?
This is what we're supposed to be fighting for. Right. The restoration of the kingdom of Israel. That's what we're supposed to be fighting for. That's what our vision is supposed to be set on. Everything else should matter. Right? This thing that we care about that's not unlawful, cool, but you can't make it number one. It can't be a distraction. It can't be a distraction to where now you put the back burner on the Father. Because we want to be able to do what? Restore. Be a part of the people that's restoring the kingdom of heaven. Because we have so much. We have so much. We're reading about the Numbers. We got so much untapped potential within our character. Untapped abilities. We're innovative, creative. We are creative people. We're so great. Like I was saying it, like look up the inventors and what they invented. Look how great you are. Right? And that's just a speck of your greatness. Right? But that's really like a talent.
what makes you great is that you're able to control your mind, your spirit, your emotions. You're able to be just, equity. You're able to deal with situations fair. Like that's what really makes us great. But we have to push for those things. We have to start thinking about mastering ourselves in the small things. But look at all these inventions.
Now, I'm gonna go because of, you know, we forget that we're a nation. So we always go to what the 9.5 tribes have been. I mean, the southern kingdom, the 2.5, Judah. Let's look at some of this is what inventions have so-called Hispanics made. Color TV.
Oh.
That's from our 9.5 brothers. Did y'all know that? I didn't know that.
I know, yeah.
Color TV was invented by the Northern Kingdom. Y'all knew that?
I didn't know that.
Brand new to me. Earthquake sensing technology. That earthquake sensing technology was made by a so-called Hispanic.
Bruh.
That sound like,
Really?
They don't teach you that.
that sound like Gavin Rubin.
They don't teach you that. X-ray reflection microscope.
Wow.
Right? The artificial heart. I mean, it's so many up here. We'll spend a whole class just going through it. But see, this is the greatness, you know, that we were doing here. But we're now going back into the greatness that we were, you know, when we came out of Egypt, when we came out of captivity. Right? When we were doing everything like the brother was saying, purging out that mental bondage, right, that Egypt had on us, that allowed us to be great when we have applied God's word. Right? And that's what we're doing here. That's what we should be doing here. I mean, go real quick, go to 2nd Ezra. 2nd Ezra 6 and 57.
Gone.
Because we know that the earth was given to the hand of the wicked, right? Now we got this truth, and we're waking up to see that the earth, what? Is run by the wicked, huh? But is that the way that the Most High wanted it? Who was supposed to be running the earth?
Israel.
Are y'all sure about that? I agree. 2nd Ezra 6 and 57.
God. 2nd Ezra chapter 6, verse 57.
Go ahead.
And now, O Most High, behold, these heathen, which have ever been reputed as nothing.
Right, because the Most High counts those nations that He made, those are the people that He made that have red blood, right, just like us. He counted them as nothing. Read it.
Have begun to be lords over us.
But because we're now operating in His spirit, in His mind, now these nations are being rulers over us. Now we got to go to them for everything. Right? Now we give credit to, I mean, I didn't know that the color TV was made by one of our brothers or one of our sisters. I didn't know that. How many people have a color TV in their house? Well, no. Who doesn't have a color TV in their house? Okay, it was one brother. I mean, I grew up when it was black and white. We still had a little bit of black and white TV. Right. So to have that color TV, that was amazing. You was rich. You had money. Yeah, I had a black and white TV. We used to play video games on a black and white TV. Facts, and you used to turn the knob and everything. I'm that old. But to realize, to find out that technology was made by one of my brothers, that's amazing, man.
Yes, it is.
That wasn't a heathen. But look who sells it though. There's no Israelite TV brand. Does anybody got a Israelite TV brand that, you know, is there TV designers that I don't know about? I know there's Samsung, that comes from Japan, right? Say what? Listen, all things are possible. God, keep reading.
God. And to devour us.
And they devour us. They devour us to hide this greatness from us. The greatness that we've done here in modern times, but most importantly, this is what this Bible is saying. How the Most High made us great, how He put us above all nations. Keep reading.
God. But we, thy people, whom thou hast called, thy firstborn, thy only begotten, in thy fervent lover.
Right, we're reading about the Most High's love for His first begotten, His first children. He's given us the best. We're reading about that. He freed us He took us out of the land of our oppressors and was giving us a reward. Better than anything that we could say we had. Better than that land my family has in South Carolina. Better than the land that my brother is out there in Jamaica calling home. My sisters is calling home in South America. You talk about something that was given by the creator of heaven and earth. Y'all see that? Keep reading.
Are given into their hand
Read.
If the world now be made for our sakes,
We're reading about that the world was made for Israel, for the blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans. What's better than that? What could you get? What 9 to 5 can give you something better than that? What credit score is better than that?
Nothing, sir.
What 401k? I just looked at the article about the one of the brothers that had a 401. His 30-year pension vanished. It's gone.
Dang.
It's gone. And it's not the first time I heard about that. When you working and they got you in this delusion that once you get to 25 years of service, you can retire. Once you get to 30 years, you can retire. And there's money that's going to be there for you to live. But not for this brother.
Oh, man.
I got to check to see how old he was. But imagine that.
Bro.
Imagine that, 30 years and boom, you have nothing. You know what that means? You're going to be your forever slave. Because what is he going to depend on? That little Social Security money ain't nothing to live off of. But y'all see, it's greater. It's greater than this American delusion. The Most High is giving. He said he made the world for our sakes. Keep reading.
why do we not possess an inheritance with the world?
Right. And the Most High. Keep going.
How long shall this endure?
He said, how long shall this endure? That's what we say, yeah.
Think about when your eyes open up in the morning.
Right.
And you think about you gotta go work for Esau, somebody that raped, robbed, murdered your great granny, right? We know the physical one ain't there, and he literally did it, him specifically, but his ancestors, and they perpetuate what their ancestors teach, right? They perpetuate what their ancestors teach, and we gotta see that what? That's destructive to our people. It's affecting our people because why? We 20 generations behind, while they 30 generations ahead. So we gotta see that, and we gotta actually literally attack that nature by what? Enduring, fighting, being that shield wall. So very, very important. But let's go back to the reading.
Numbers chapter 34 and verse 9, last precept. This shall be your north border. Verse 10. And ye shall point out your east border from Hazar Enan and Shepham, and the coast shall go down from Shepham to Riblah, and on the east side of An. And the border shall descend and shall reach onto the side of the sea of Chinnereth eastward. Chinnereth eastward. And the border shall go down to Jordan, and the goings out of it shall be at the salt sea.
Right.
This shall be your land.
You ain't had to go to Walmart to get Himalayan salt. Right? You had to get that sea salt from Walmart. Go ahead.
This shall be your land with the coast thereof round about. And Moses commanded the children of Israel, saying, This is the land which ye shall inherit by lot, which the Lord commanded to give unto the 9 tribes and to the half tribe.
And the Most High being who He is, He's just, He's fair, He's equitable. So He's what? He's dividing everybody according to necessity. Right? So according to the way He set it up, and necessity is obviously right. The Most High is like us. For my thoughts are your thoughts, my ways aren't your ways. He thinks higher than us. So He already set the landmass according to the number of how He know this specific tribe will fit over here. This would be the best part of the land for this tribe. This would be the best part of the land for that tribe. Right? So He's setting it up the way the way it needs to be set up so that everybody is comfortable. Right? So that everybody's at ease with where they're at. So nobody's getting less, nobody's getting more. But you get exactly what you need.
And that was last Sabbath. That's what we my mind brought back to that as being the understanding of when Moses had to check the tribe of Reuben and Gad about wanting to stay on this side of the Jordan because they had great possessions and many people, right? But he's like, you're gonna stay on this side, and your brothers over here fighting. That was what you just said, right? That the Most High understood and pre-planned where every tribe was going to be based on their necessity.
Right.
So even though they were a lot, when they came over, they still had what they needed.
Right. Yeah, everybody had exactly what they got. Exactly what they needed. But go ahead.
Verse 14. For the tribe of the children of Reuben, according to the house of their fathers, and the tribe of the children of Gad, according to the house of their fathers, have received inheritance, and half the tribe of Manasseh have received their inheritance. The 2 tribes and the half tribe have received their inheritance on this side Jordan, near Jericho, eastward, toward the sun rising. Verse 16. The Lord spake unto Moses, saying, These are the names of the men which shall divide the land unto you, Eleazar the priest, and Joshua the son of Nun. And ye shall take 1 prince of every tribe to divide the land by inheritance. And the names of the men are these: of the tribe of Judah, Caleb, the son of Jephunneh. And of the tribe of the children of Simeon, Shemuel, the son of Amihud.
Oh, that's you? Oh, 1 to 20. Okay. Lionel?
Oh, he has to go pick up precious.
I'm gonna ask you if you go pick her up. She's gonna come to class. They just came. Ask him. He's gonna tell you. Alright. Huh?
Lionel, Sabbath, Yahweh, Bon, Yasharala.
Lionel, Sabbath, Yahweh, Ban Yashala, men of Israel, imagine. Barak.
Yahweh, Ba'ashim, Yahweh, Shabbarakatam.
Yahweh, Ba'ashim, Yahweh, Shabbarakatam. No, you good. So we're going to read Numbers chapter, the second reader is going to read Numbers chapter 34, verses 22 through 35 and 11. So the first reader, he read Numbers chapter 34, verses 1 through 20. So the first reader had read Numbers chapter 34, verses 1 through 20. And that was just going over the different lands that we inherited. And I was just recapping just for everybody that just walked in. And that was the land that we inherited. And we were just talking about just the blessing of knowing who we are, where we come from. And, you know, the things that that we're fighting for, why we fight for, what we fight for, and the things that we're going to get in the future to come. So that's what was going over with the first reading and his portion. Now we're going to Numbers chapter 34, verse 22 through 35 and 11. All right?
Numbers chapter 34, verse 22. And the prince of the tribe of the children of Dan, Bukai, the son of Jogli, the prince of the children of Joseph, for the tribe of the children of Manasseh, Haniel, the son of Ephraim, and the prince of the tribe of the children of Ephraim, Kemuel, the son of Shiftan, and the prince of the tribe of the children of Zebulun, Elazaphan, the son of Parnak. Verse 26, and the prince of the tribe of the children of Issachar, Paltiel, the son of Azan, and the prince of the tribe of the children of Asher, Ahihud, the son of Shilomi.
Yeah, you know, it was dope about this is we realized we talked about the land, but now we're seeing each individual inherit this land, which was what? Their lot. That they didn't have to do what? Pay for it. They just had to what? Work for it. Mentally, physically, and spiritually. Read.
Verse 28, and the prince of the tribe of the children of Naphtali, Pedaliah, the son of Ammihud.
Right.
These are they whom the Most High commanded to divide the inheritance unto the children of Israel in the land of Canaan.
And you know what's interesting with that is it says in Proverbs, it says just real quick, the hand, where is it at? The hand is diligent. Where is it at? The hand is diligent. Let me find that real quick. But what we're seeing is here is that these specific men were chosen because, remember, like what the Most High told Moses, pick out wise men of honest report. So these men were picked up not just because of the titles, but because they were men of what? Honor, works. He spoke for them. Right? They were renowned men, known amongst the people. So their works and their diligence spoke for them. So these men was what? He said divided. So it was divided amongst these men. Go ahead. They were commanded to divide the inheritance.
Proverbs chapter 12 and verse 24. The hand of the diligent shall bear rule.
Right. So the hand of the diligent shall bear rule. So these men were given the rule to divide what was commanded to be given to everyone. They were the ones that was commanded to give it out. So they was taking orders from Moses, but obviously these men were chief men of their tribes, and they ended up dividing. You get this part, you go over here, you go over there, your family get this land, you get that portion, yeah, that's your portion. From this extent to that extent. You know, so these men were bearing rule because they what? They did the work. They did the physical, the mental, and the spiritual work to be able to uphold the responsibility and maintain it. Because the hand of the diligent is going to bear rule. And that's important to know, because why? That's the developmental process we're going through now. As men, women, children, sisters, brothers, right, husband, wife, that's what we're going through right now. Is learning how to control our spirit and maintain the things around us so that we can be able to bear rule of the future blessings that the Most High have laid out for us. So it's very important that those are keynotes. That's a keynote statement, because then that's something you're supposed to look at and be like, dang, I need to pattern my life after these individuals. I need to be diligent just like these individuals. What made a man diligent? What made a woman diligent? Well, diligent is hard working. Hard working in the spirit, hard working in the study, hard working in the charity, hard working in the love, hard working in the forgiveness, hard working in all aspects of it. Anything that you can intertwine that takes labor, mental or physical, they were hard working on it. Right? They paid attention to detail. So it's very key. But you drop that though. Just wanted to say that one real quick. Alright. Go ahead.
Numbers chapter 35, verse 1. And the Most High spake unto Moses in the plains of Moab by Jordan near Jericho, saying, Command the children of Israel that they give unto the Levites of the inheritance of their possession cities to dwell in. And ye shall give also unto the Levites suburbs for the cities round about them.
And so they do what?
They said suburb.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the Levites had to take care of it. They were doing the work of the Most High, so they was getting taken care of. Because they didn't inherit any land, so the Most High was trying to make sure they had what? The best, the best. They had the best, let's say, accommodations. So they was trying to make sure they had the best accommodations to make sure that they was comfortable while they was doing the work of the Most High.
Suburbs.
Yeah, suburbs. Yeah. What's hitting you hard with that?
Well, you have the inner city.
All right.
You have the ghetto.
Right.
And then you have the
suburbs.
suburbs. Right.
Right.
That's the so-called, wealthy or rich part of town.
Mm-hmm.
Right. It's a suburb.
Yeah.
It's not in the country. The country's like, farmland or whatever. But the suburbs, that's where.
I get you. Yeah. I get it. No. I'm not stopping you. I'm just saying. I'm following what you're saying. Was that it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh, okay, yeah. I was like, it hit them hard. I want to see what hit them hard. Sure. But my keys. Yeah, I was like, sure. No. I appreciate the offer, brother. Right? Appreciate the offer. But yeah, the suburbs. When you think about it, that's like it's expensive.
Yeah.
It's expensive to be in those areas. Because those areas not too far from the town, not too close to the town, and where all the commerce and basic essentials you need, like food, water, clothing, all those basic essentials that need gas. All those basic essentials is not too far from the suburbs. And because in the country, you're far from all that stuff. You probably got one Walmart close to you, and close is probably like what, an hour?
Yes.
Right? Oh, you used to live in the country? Oh, okay. Oh, family? Your family own farms?
In Arkansas, yes, sir.
Oh, okay. Oh, your family originates from Arkansas?
Yes, sir.
Oh, no. Interesting. So you really a southern dude at heart.
Because you tell me I'm a southern cat, so.
all right. But yeah, I definitely see that point. That wealthiness is key. They lived good. The Most High said, make sure everybody was taken care of, even the people that didn't own any land. He made sure the Levites was joined to him. They worked for the ministry. They worked for the church. They worked for the body. So in them working for the body, the Most High made sure that the body was took care of. And that within the land that every tribe owned, they had a very nice, prestigious area. They weren't nowhere in the city. They weren't nowhere in the slum. They was in the prestigious areas. So, yeah. Right? But this is what we fighting for. Get back in the suburbs. Go ahead, verse 3.
Verse 3. And the city shall they have to dwell in, and the suburbs of them shall be for the cattle, and for their goods, and for all their beasts.
Look at the word suburbs, though. Like, I want to see if there's like a difference between how America did their suburbs and how we did it.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to see if there's a difference. Let me see, it's on the van right here. I want to see if there's like a difference between how America structured their suburbs to how we structured ours. But it's definitely, let's look that up real quick. You can read on as you search that on that one.
Verse 4. And the suburbs of the cities, which ye shall give unto the Levites, shall reach from the wall of the city and outward 1,000 cubits round about.
That's a lot. It's a lot of space. Take care of the animals. Make sure they have everything they need. The Most High do what? He'll supply you with everything that you need. We say everything needful. What is that verse? Give you everything needful. I think that's in Ecclesiastes. Ecclesiastes. Give you everything needful.
I got one on the top of my head.
Go ahead.
It says God shall supply all my our needs according to his riches and glory.
No, oh, not off the top of your head like that. I thought you meant like you had the verse. Oh, this guy. I thought you had the verse. You spit a freestyle or something? I thought you meant like you had it like literally. Go ahead.
Ecclesiastes chapter 39 and verse 33.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yep. Go ahead. Oh, let's everybody get there though. Is everybody there?
Ecclesiastes chapter 39 and verse 33.
Mm-hmm. Ecclesiastes chapter 39, verse 33. Go ahead.
All the works of the Most High are good.
Right. All the works of the Most High are good. So everything how he's dividing the land, how he's setting up the people, and where he's setting them up, and what he's giving to them, and has not given to them, it's all the works of the Lord. Excuse me, what?
Are good.
Why? But why though?
And he will give every needful thing.
And he will give what?
Every needful thing.
And the Most High will give you every needful thing. When?
In due season.
In due season. But we got to learn to wait on the Lord. Right? You want to live? Wait on it. Wait on the Lord. You want kids? Wait on the Lord. You want a spouse or a husband? Wait on the Lord. You want a new car? Wait on the Lord. You want a new house? Wait on the Lord. You tired of dealing with anxiety, depression? Learn how to wait on the Lord. Right? You tired of like, dang, my pride keep getting me caught up in situations. Wait on the Lord. Because he's giving you each experience to help you work it out of you. But you can't run away. You can't run away from the experience. You gotta accept it. You gotta engage in it and endure it. So read on.
Verse 34. So that a man cannot say, this is worse than that.
He's trying to train you to be content.
Right.
That's basically what that's saying.
Right.
Your mind, you can't say this or that. Your mind, he's trying to teach you how to be content with whatever you have. That you can't you're not lost in the mind of that I got it all. Or you're not lost in the mind like, man, I ain't got nothing.
Right.
But you get lost in what? The lesson that he's teaching you. Because the Most High can bring you higher or lower. Read.
For in time they shall all be well approved.
You see that? In time. But that time can only come if we do what? Well approved. The well approved part can only come if we do what? The right thing. If we do the right thing, then that's where that well approvance can come. So we have to be conscious of those things. But go ahead. Was that it? Okay, let's jump back to it. Well, are y'all following along? What are y'all getting so far? I know that kind of just came in. What did everybody get thus far from class? You like a regular, I'm trying to get like a different hand. Kasdan? Daniel, what y'all getting from class? I want to see what everybody getting from class so far. Arya? Quadasai? Trying to see what everybody getting from class thus far. Nobody get anything in class? Go ahead, Razak. Let's see. We're gonna come back around. There's more. We're gonna come back around.
What I got from this class is patience.
Can you speak a little louder?
What I gathered from this class is that we're supposed to have patience and peace, and fishing is a good example for that because you just cast it, you wait, clear your mind, you have peace. There's no car sound. It's just the waves, you, patience, and peace.
Okay. Yeah. Learning to wait on the Lord. Yeah, I'm just trying to make sure y'all follow along so y'all see y'all capturing the different moments. Go ahead, y'all. That's it.
What I got is that we were a lot more than what we are now.
Yeah.
Because we had a bunch of men, and now you only get like a combat line. not even in our own land.
Okay. All right, one. Say it, buddy.
I think I was saying we were a lot more than we are now, but we was at one point we was prestige, but there was it's a process. It wasn't a process. It was a guarantee. It was a guarantee of if you follow the commandments, you stay true, you locked into the Most High, He was gonna put you on high, like He said. And back in Deuteronomy 28, verse 15, that was the stipulation, that was the curse if we didn't do that, and that's what we did. So it makes me think back to when each kingdom, when it was a righteous king and then it was a wicked king.
Right.
Like you see that they would fall,
Right.
they wouldn't stand for them.
Right.
And that's what we got. And now, because of that, here we are now. We're not in our own land, and we're waiting on the Lord. We're waiting on the Lord because the majority of us as a nation, as a whole, we're not all serving the Most High.
Yeah.
But we're trying to. There's some of us within the nation trying to. So until the Most High comes back and He sends His Son, we're going to have to keep waiting.
Right.
And when He does,
Yeah.
that's when we're going to get what we had, but tenfold.
Right. No, I like that you said that. There's some striving, but there's some that's still lost in the world.
Right.
And there's some sitting in here that's still struggling with between being here and the world. And, you have to learn how to wait on the Lord or it's going to be a struggle.
Right.
Yeah, if you don't learn how to wait on the Most High, the whole process is going to be a struggle.
Right.
It's going to be a fight, and learning to accept the dynamics that come with serving the Lord. The requirements that come with serving the Most High is very, very important. Because it's discipline. It says the very true desire of her is discipline. And discipline comes with you having to put your mind into a certain frame.
Yep.
You have to put your mind into a certain frame for you to be able to go through all the things you have to go through. And yeah, and everybody, nobody's exempt. Myself, anybody you see sitting up here, nobody's exempt. We all having to go through the same thing as far as trying to learning how to please the Father more and more. And it's about breaking through those barriers and, pushing yourself to break through those barriers.
Go ahead.
But you just got to be willing to do that.
Yeah, very willing. What you gotta do, y'all?
I have a precept for what you just said.
Oh. Go ahead.
I just finished going over this with my dad.
Okay.
Ecclesiastes chapter 1 verse 28. Distrust not the fear of the Lord when thou art poor,
Right.
and come not unto Him with a broken heart.
You said, distrust not?
Distrust not the fear of the Lord when thou art poor.
Yeah, don't distrust the fear of the Lord when you're poor. Right? And poor don't just literally mean like physically, like you're homeless or you think they're about to be evicted. It's like in your mind you have these weaknesses that have you going up on this up and down roller coaster where one day you're up, one day you're down, one day you're happy, one day you're sad, one day you're confident, one day you're not. One day you're assured and one day you're not assured. And that's a roller coaster in fact. But our job is to, while we wait on the Lord, I like that verse. You're learning how to not distrust, but you're learning how to trust in the fear of the Lord. What are you going to say, Aaron?
I was going to say that it's going to take the constant consideration of yourself. Yeah. Right. To know your own conditions. Right. What you're earnestly fighting for. Right. What you're contending for. What you're steady growing in faith, believing. Right. That's going to come to pass. Right. We're looking at the former days and we're seeing, remembering, we had this, but God's going to give us that much more, right? If we just stay diligent and keep the faith, right? And keep building, keep growing, right? And keep unity, keep loving one another. When I look at the things that could cause my mind to do that up and down, right? I've been fortified more than I've ever been. And I used to take time to dwell on things longer than I should. Right. I got to understand it early, but I would still dwell on it. But why? But if I would have, then it just took too much space. But now, right, the things where I say, okay, consider myself, because I gotta grab the understanding, and I gotta move forward, and I can't dwell on it. And what helped me to move past, consider it, right? Because if I say, okay, why didn't it communicate? I say, call me. I said, why didn't you communicate? I said, whatever it is, right? Call me. Then I said, wait, do I communicate well? I had to consider that about myself. And I was like, wait, I might not be communicating like I should. Right? And I'm like, the things that I go through on a daily basis are the things that I know I had trouble with.
Yeah.
Am I sharing that with you? And I'm like, dang, okay, all right, so I can't, why y'all not talking to me? Why y'all not sharing? Why not calling? I can't be that, because I gotta consider myself and say, well, I mean, can that be said about me also? So, just little things that we grow in and having a consideration will show us that, okay, we're trying to evolve, which we have to evolve. We have to grow and understand.
Right.
Right? That the unity has to continue to build.
Right.
Right? And that trust in Yahweh that if we unify, that we're going to be better off than we once were.
Boom. Yeah, that's right on point.
Yeah.
Because that's exactly what that verse is highlighting, about not distrusting in the Spirit of the Lord when you're poor. Because when you're poor, the Most High gives you the thing, the true riches, the true thing that makes you a rich man, or makes you a rich man and a rich woman, the wisdom. And then in the future, whenever the Lord will it, when He sees that you're mature enough to handle it,
right,
He'll do that part with the riches. Right? We know right now we're fighting to what? Come out of lower state as a nation, as brothers and sisters, because we've been destroyed in so many different ways that we have to literally bring our spirit down. We have to literally break the negative parts of our spirit down, because that part of our spirit tries to exalt itself against the Father. And it tries to slow us down from keeping the unity. Right. And it starts to slow us down from really examining our health condition, our spiritual health condition. It makes you like try to omit and disregard it. Right. And overlook it. Yeah. And pass it by, like sweep it under the rug. Right? Instead of sweep it under the rug. Right. And sweep it under the rug is what? Your characteristics, your negative defects, the things that can harm you and others. Yeah, be passive. Being passive about it. Yeah, and we gotta break past those barriers and learn how to trust in the Lord. But if we want all the things that we're talking about now, we gotta distrust not in the fear of the Lord. But let's jump back to the reading.
Numbers chapter 35, verse 5. And ye shall measure from without the city of the east side 2,000 cubits, and on the south side 2,000 cubits, and on the west side 2,000 cubits, and on the north side 2,000 cubits. And the city shall be in the midst. This shall be to them the suburbs of the cities. Verse 6. And among the cities which ye shall give unto the Levites, there shall be 6 cities for refuge, which ye shall appoint for the manslaughter, for the manslayer, they that he may flee thither.
Right, so somebody that slayed a man, we have cities of refuge, and use them for different reasons. This is listing one of the reasons. So now it's going into a little bit about death, killing, murder, killing and murder. How do we deal with those things? What do we have set up for that killer, the murderer, or the person that's having this revengeful spirit, right? So it says, which ye shall appoint for the manslayer. Read.
That he may flee thither. And to them ye shall add 42 cities.
So it's telling you how many cities to create within that city of refuge. Right? That place of refuge. Or how many cities you should be creating. Like how many different refuge cities you should be creating. Read.
Verse 7. So all the cities which ye shall give to the Levite shall be 48 cities.
Boom. The Levites ended up getting 48 cities. Read.
Them shall ye give with their suburbs.
The Most High said it was straight. It was good. The Levites was okay. Read.
And the cities which ye shall give shall be of the possession of the children of Israel. From them that have many ye shall give many, but from them that have few ye shall give few.
We said that earlier. The Most High sets up the landmass and the giving of the inheritance according to everybody's needs and necessities. Go ahead.
Everyone shall give of his cities unto the Levites according to his inheritance which he inherited. Verse 9. And the Most High spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, When ye be come over Jordan into the land of Canaan, then ye shall appoint you cities to be cities of refuge for you, that the slayer may flee thither, which killeth any person at unawares.
That mistake. He made that when he made that when he you done. Oh, okay. Yeah, so when you kill that, we're gonna talk about it. I'm gonna have to read it again. I'm gonna still him in. Wait. Oh, no, you good. You good. No, you good. No, you good. Yeah, you good.
All right. Sabbath, Yahweh, Ban, Yashua.
Aharon. Aharon, Sabbath, Yahweh, Ban Yashala, man of Israel, imagine. Barak.
Yahweh Bashim Yahweh Brakatham.
Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahweh Brakatah. Yeah, speech pattern. It was the pace. You said it kind of threw me off. So we had Numbers chapter 35 verse 11. Numbers chapter 35 and verse 11. Y'all didn't find anything about the suburbs, did y'all?
My phone back there, so I couldn't go website.
Your phone back there? Okay. When we get a chance. Numbers chapter 35 verse 11.
Numbers chapter 35, verse 11. Then ye shall appoint you cities to be cities of refuge for you, that the slayer may flee thither.
Right, so this is somebody that killed somebody. Right? And well, how did he kill this person? Read.
Which killeth any person at unawares.
So this person wasn't aware of what he did. Y'all talking, laughing, oh. Y'all might have been standing next to a cliff.
Yeah, that's unawares.
That's like, oh, bro, you're crazy. This dirt on the floor is slippery. But you did this overexcited movement that caused the person to slip, and it don't help that they laughing too. And then what happens? Boom. Right? You at the top floor somewhere, you're moving something, there's something heavy, but not being in conscious mind or consciously aware that there's an open space in the back. That heavy thing is kind of just balancing on this platform. And then what? You move it too far back, then what? That thing falls down. Then whoever's standing there, when that thing falls down, plop, hit them on the head, dead. So there's different ways you make mistakes, right? Like think about it, not Mel Gibson, Baldwin, what's his name? Alec Baldwin. The shot. He was at the movie. I mean, they were filming a movie. I don't know how the heck the fake gun shot him, but the fake gun shot him and killed the person. Right? He's the slayer that didn't do it purposely and need the city of refuge. Right? He did it unawares. According to what we know. Right? Yeah, right? But that's the example. Just gives you that as an example to show what that scripture is saying. This person that killed somebody unawares. Read verse 12.
Verse 12. And they shall be unto you cities of refuge from the avenger.
No, for refuge from.
Refuge from the avenger.
Right. It's like a protection because this person is angry. That's a family member, right? A friend, a husband, a wife, a son, a daughter that you killed. Yeah, you did it unawares, but you still took that life from me. You took something from me that was close to me. So this person's upset, but this person didn't do it by mistake, and they probably beat themselves up in the contents. So what needs to be done? They have to have a city of refuge for this person to lay low till that person's spirit calms down. Right? And the Most High got certain measures set up. We're going to read more into it as it goes down for that as well too. So let's read on.
That the manslayer die not.
Yeah, because he didn't do it on purpose. But we don't want this person that's inflamed with anger, right, to just go what? Till the clarity of the situation comes out. Oh, and I jumped ahead. The scripture we're going to say it. Right here. Go ahead.
Until he stand before the congregation in judgment.
Until the clarity of the situation comes out. Right? And understand what really happened. Did you do this with conscious intent? Did you do this maliciously with premeditated murder? Or was this like unconscious and you just made a mistake?
Right.
Read. Are y'all following that though? Chris? Passing it? Okay. Sister Renee? Alright. Kwasai, Soraya? Clear? Aria? Okay. Alright. Go ahead.
Verse 13. And of these cities which ye shall give, 6 cities shall ye have for refuge. Ye shall give 3 cities on this side Jordan, and 3 cities shall ye give in the land of Canaan.
Right. And you know what was interesting about this is like, what was interesting about that is like we was talking about all the works of the Lord exceeding great and good. It's like, imagine us trying to wrestle with where the Most High wants the city of refuge to be placed. We probably not thinking like the way he's thinking. He's thinking on a bigger level. I'm putting it in this area at this distance so that you can have quick access to the city. You know, we don't think about those things. And, you know, just the lesson in that, reading it, because you're like, okay, that's a city, that's cool, whatever, right? I get that, right? But when you look at the lesson in that, sometimes the Most High is moving pieces in our life in a certain direction. They put them in put things at certain distance from you, put you at certain distance from certain things, and we try to wrestle with that decision that the Most High has made with the separation of that thing, right? It may not be healthy for you because why? You're not mature enough to deal with it. It's not going to be healthy for the person because why? Because this is talking about relationship aspect, right? You and that person probably can't get together because that person will what? Taint you. But then you, being the man, the leader, you might taint the person because you're not mature enough to handle it. Because everything that you do with emotion.
Right.
So most times do what? Separate. Or both of you just emotional. And most times like, oops, y'all ain't no good, y'all gonna hurt each other. Right? So, but that could be in anything. It could be a career that you're chasing after. Right? Whatever you're chasing after that's holding you back, or can hold you back. Essentially, you don't want to be so attached to that thing to where it takes you away. Because then the Most High going to move a piece, redirect the path, and you're going to be upset because you didn't understand what the Lord was doing. But that's a lesson to just take even in Him. This is the Most High saying where He wants those cities. So be conscious of that. Read.
Which shall be cities of refuge. These 6 cities shall be a refuge both for the children of Israel and for the stranger and for the sojourner among them.
Right. Israel, whoever's living there, whoever that land in that area, that home, that town was for, the stranger, the Israelite who's coming from another area, and the person that's sojourning with them, the literal another nation. Right? So 3 different types of characters going on. It made distinctions. So, alright.
That everyone that killeth any person unawares may flee to them.
Hey, because the Most High is what? Merciful. But the Most High does things what? Decently and in order. So he wants us to know full well, right, what's going on with the situation. What is this? The Most High taking the precautionary steps. He's going through the steps. The same steps that he tells us to go through, he set up environments so that makes sure that we have to go through those steps. So, like that's the Ecclesiastes 11 and 7, right? And let's go to that one real quick. Let's go to that one. Ecclesiastes 11 and 7. Go ahead.
Ecclesiastes chapter 11, verse 7. Blame not before thou hast... Blame not before thou hast examined the truth.
But imagine that. Somebody that your a family member passed away, and this person is there in the same city with you, but they're saying that they didn't do it on purpose. You're going to try to find a way to do what? Get them. Anybody that's like really trying to, that's a close family member, you're going to try to come back and get that person. But without even knowing the true facts. You're going to react just off emotions. So the Most High has it set up to where now we have to literally examine and literally go through the proper steps of investigation. You have to go through an investigation. So these cities of refuge were set up for that person that killed somebody unawares, so that an investigation can take place. You see that? Go ahead.
Understand first.
So that you can kill the emotional part, pause your emotions, learn to corral your emotions, get the composure going, right? And actually understand first. Then what?
And then review.
And then you can be able to give a clear, you'll have a clear outlook on the situation to move forward. You see that? So this is why these cities of refuge is here, among other reasons, but just on what it's bringing out right now in the reading, right? So, but you can drop that. We're gonna jump back.
Verse 16. And if he smite him with an instrument of iron, so that he die, he is a murderer.
You see the difference now? It said the difference between the person that did it purposely, they purposely murdered somebody, and then this person that killed somebody by mistake. There's a difference. So, read on.
The murderer shall surely be put to death.
Because the murderer did what? Somebody that killed somebody, biblically, it wasn't on purpose. Right? Or it could have been in self-defense. It wasn't on purpose, it was self-defense. So when the Bible uses the word kills, is it self-defense or you didn't do it on purpose? But for somebody that's a murderer, this is something that's what? You meditated on, you planned for it, you came up with an idea on how you wanted to accomplish it. And that's what happened. Right? So, read.
And if he smite him with throwing a stone wherewith he may die, and he die, he is a murderer.
Right, so you premeditate, I'm going to hit you with this stone across the head, and I'm doing it with the intent that I want you to die. Right? Somebody playing like you do in prison all the time. They sharpen, they toothbrush, they sit there, I'm going to get him. And man, he took my cornbread the other day, man, I don't know who he thought he was. He think because he's bigger than me? Oh, I got something for your big behind. Right? Not literally, but pause. Like, I got something for you, for this big guy, right? And they sharpen the toothbrush, meditating on the different ways that they're going to stab the person. Where they're going to stab them. How they're going to stab them. How many times they're going to stab them. Right? The leg, the neck, the head, the stomach, the gut. Right? And just how gruesome of a murderer you are, you might even be thinking about how I'm going to do it slow. That's what a lot of these Navy SEALs and all these Army infantry guys that know how to literally take time and chop you in pieces. That's what goes through their brain. And when they come back to the States, they literally be on premeditation. This dude tried to turn up on a kid. He had the mind of obviously over there doing it. They say self-defense, but they going over there starting issues, right? They going and they come back with this murder mentality. Because they don't know how to assimilate back to society, and now they move around, they paranoid with everything, and now they just do some murderous react. They don't know how to deal with things. They have this murderer's mind. They premeditate on how they're going to cut you up, kill you. They want to explode you because they know how to make a bomb out of anything.
They think about all those things, but they're in that mind of a murderer when they come back because they don't get no rehabilitation. So, but that's the murderer. He's been put to death because he thought about all those things before he actually did it. That's in Matthew 6, 5. Proud of the thoughts. Matthew 6. Out of the heart. Out of the heart. Is it Matthew? For out of the heart. Where is it at? Oh, there it is. Got it. Matthew 15, 19. This is where the mind of a murderer is at. Go ahead.
The book of Matthew, chapter 15 and verse 19. For out of the heart proceed evil thoughts.
For out of the what?
For out of the heart proceed evil thoughts.
Right. And everybody was there, right? On Matthew's. So out of the heart does what?
Proceed evil thoughts.
And that's where the murderer is at. The murderer he had evil thoughts before he actually did the act. Read.
Murders.
Mm-hmm. Can we see that? Murders. Murder starts in the mind. Right? Like the little rapper said, I got murder on my mind. And that same rapper is on trial to see if he's going to get what? The death penalty. Right? Oh.
Yeah, he already was charged with life. And then he got tried again so they could give him the death penalty.
Right. Oh, so it's...
They had him in confinement for two to 3 years already.
Dang. Yeah, he's done. But he's a murderer. He made a song about murder being on his mind. And so now he's gone. His life is eradicated, but showing that what? That evil thought starts in your brain. So murder starts in the mind. And that's why this murderer was put to death. So just wanted to show that point. You can jump back.
The murderer shall surely be put to death. Or if he smite him with an hand weapon or wood, wherewith he may die, and he die, he is a murderer. The murderer shall surely be put to death.
All right, it's premeditated. You're thinking upon it. You're thinking about how you're going to accomplish it. Right? Well, I'm going to put this stick, this hard stick over here, this bamboo stick over here, in this corner. I know he likes to, I know around 5 o'clock, he likes to walk to the kitchen and get his water. So, and his back is turned. So I'm going to make sure that I got this wooden stick, knock him out, and stab him. Premeditated. You plotted an idea. You schemed an idea, conjured an idea in your brain. But that's premeditated. That's why the Most High was putting that person to death. Because, and it's going to tell you toward the end of the chapter why that person was put to death. It's going to give you an explanation on why this murderer had to be put to death. Read.
The avenger of blood himself.
No, the revenger. The revenger. You said avenger.
Oh.
Yeah, just your accent, I think, probably.
The revenger of blood himself shall slay the murderer. When he meeteth him, he shall slay him.
Right, so this person was given leeway. The person, the family member, whoever was given that leeway because this person literally, with a conscious effort, did what? And it was clear, this was conscious effort to what? Plot and murder this person. He has that ability to what? Lay him down. Right? Avenge his family member or friend or whoever that might be, close kin, wife, son. This person had that right. Now we know obviously now we ain't doing nothing like that. We ain't doing nothing like that right now. Cats is getting it by the Spirit of the Lord. Just when you do wrong, the wrong come back to you. They getting it in that sense, so that's still operating in that sense, but not literally like you looking for the person Da da da. Right? So we gotta understand that too then. Bro, read that one more time.
Verse 19. The revenger of blood himself shall slay the murderer.
Shall slay the murderer. Read.
When he meeteth him.
Yeah, they cross paths. So this is obviously too. Let's say like he's still in town. He's still in town, but he's ducking around.
Yeah.
Alright, he in town, he's ducking around. Alright, trying to figure out what's going around. What's going on, excuse me. Right? He walking around, there he is. And you see him. That's the one that murdered my cousin. He there. Lay him out. He didn't go to because there's something even set up for that person too. It's gonna go. I don't want to jump ahead against above that verse. There's something set up for that murderer as well. But
let me say this on that. Yeah, somebody had asked before. They said, so if somebody murdered your cousin or your brother, what would you do? They make it seem like we're supposed to apply the same logic that's in the world in the Bible. Well, what would you do? What?
The scripture says, wait on the Lord.
Right. Wait on the Most High. Right? So you just gonna let somebody... This is what I keep trying to tell brothers and sisters about how a lot of brothers and sisters do. They come from the world and try to mesh this worldly mentality with the scriptures. The scriptures don't say that. Then you ask yourself this: why did it happen? Right? The scripture says, whoever perished being innocent. So why did it happen? Right? You got to ask that. The Most High made that happen, or rather let it happen. And in Psalms 91, those angels that were going to guard this individual, they're not there to guard them. We know why. Because back in Job 1, it tells us what? That Satan desired this individual. And the Most High said, you know what? His time, his mercy, his time is up. You see that? So we got to be careful with that, because I guess he thought he was going to throw me for a loop. Like, he was going to touch my, are you hard, Gene? Like, what you going to do about it? What do you mean what I'm going to do about it? What I supposed to fight against the Father? Fight against the Most High? See, they're still thinking worldly. They're still thinking, you ain't going to go do nothing? You ain't going to go get them? You ain't going to revenge? The Most High said, vengeance is mine. So what are you talking about? So, yeah.
I had a scripture.
Okay, go ahead. Where you at?
It's Ecclesiastes 28:1. It's based on if you think you're going to get revenge, and it's going to happen to you.
Go ahead.
Ecclesiastes chapter 28, verse 1.
Yeah.
He that revengeth shall find vengeance from the Most High.
There you go.
And he will surely keep his sins in remembrance.
There you go. And that's what, once again, we gotta be aware. You hear me say it a lot, and I'm gonna keep saying it because I want to make everybody aware. You gotta be studying to have a wide circumference, so you won't get thrown off when somebody says something that is to them is mind blowing. It's like you're not throwing no mind blowing stuff out there, bro. This is easy, right? This is an easy one. The Most High checked them, and you don't like it, right? Because you figure, like we all do, they were pure. Who's pure in the eyes of the Most High? Come on. So y'all get that, right? All right, let's jump back. Go ahead.
And he slay him. But if he thrust him of hatred, or hurl at him by lying and wait that he die, or...
Yeah, which is a big spirit now, right? Lying in wait. Right? Real quick. Psalms 10. See, and this is what it means. It's one of my favorite chapters to show us how the wicked and how they move, right? Psalms 10. I think it's another one in Isaiah, but Psalms 10 and
9.
Whoa. No. I said Psalms 10 and go verse, Psalms 10, start at verse 8, actually.
Come. Psalm chapter 10, verse 8.
Uh-huh.
He sitteth in the lurking places of the village.
He sitteth in the lurking place. Who this sound like? Watch, read on.
In the secret places doeth he murder the innocent.
Right, who that sound like? Huh? Who? It sound like who? The police, right? They're like serpents. How you gonna make a whole car look like a serpent? You like, you sit in a way where you just a prowler, right? And they sit in these lurking places. But not only the police, we know that the wicked of our people, what? They be in the shadows. They be in the cut, looking, watching, right? What's that?
I was going to say Cain.
Cain, the spirit of Cain. Well, that's what we're talking about, the spirit of Cain on these men, women, right? Go ahead.
His eyes are privately set against the poor.
Because I want to overcome the poor, right? I want to what? Consume them. You gonna rob the poor when the poor ain't got nothing. It don't make no sense. Why you ain't robbing the rich? Because our people mind is backwards, man. They got a backward mentality. You rob your people in your own neighborhood. You rarely go down. They're just barely doing it now in 2023, right? Barely going to these department stores. And let me say this. I want to first say that we're not condoning that. What we're saying is that why would you go murder your brothers, right, that ain't got nothing, right? But this is that wicked spirit on them. Go ahead.
Verse 9.
Uh-huh.
He lieth in wait secretly as a lion in his den.
Yeah, go ahead.
He lieth in wait to catch the poor.
To catch the poor, go ahead.
He doeth catch the poor when he draweth him into his net.
Right, read.
He croucheth and humbleth himself.
Yeah, see, that's why when they come over to you, they act like they're your friends.
Yep.
You gotta watch it. I'm talking about our people, but then when those police officers come up to the window, hey sir, how's your day going? Bad now. Don't say that though, use wisdom. Don't say that, but know who you're dealing with. The scripture said, be wise as the serpent. So you can't look at him, officer, what you want? Nah, you got to know he's the devil, and he got that deaf spirit on him. They be more scared than you. Because they know their actions and their repercussions are bound to catch up to them. They know the world don't like them. Right? What?
I'm sorry, sir.
Go. What's up?
I was just saying, taser, gun, handcuffs, pepper spray.
Yeah.
Right? Extra ammo.
Yeah. Yeah, they're scared because there's a lot of people when they walk up to the window, they want to blow their head off. Sure, let me see you. See that, officer. Right? They know that. So they're like, nah. They're ready. They got their hand on a gun. So, but that's the repercussions of this wicked spirit. It's like the cats on the corner selling dope. What are they doing? Yeah, man. Yeah, they doing this all the time. Why? Because somebody bound to run up behind them and blow their damn head off. So, not only that spirit of these wicked police officers, but the spirit of the wicked of our people. Go ahead.
Come, that the poor may fall by his strong might.
Yeah, and when they do the roundup, where do they go? They go to the poor neighborhoods. Because they know they're less fortunate and they're going to keep their insurance and things in order. But this is that spirit is talking about in the law. The murderous spirit. Right? You want to get your people. You want to catch them. There's another one. Go to Isaiah. It's Isaiah. I got to find this one. That's Psalms 10. Is one of my favorite ones. But this Isaiah, it's like Isaiah. God dang. What verse are you at in Psalms?
Verse 11.
Right. It goes with that catch him in the net. Watch. Yeah, so we got to see, man, what the Most High is showing us about these spirits. I'll find it. I don't want to linger. All right, go ahead. Go back to the reading. Go ahead.
Or in enmity,
smite
him with his hand.
Right. Enmity is what? Y'all know what enmity is? Who knows what enmity? Nobody? Well, then we got to look it up. What you got, Shadiman?
Isn't that just hatred?
Enmity, yes.
Extreme hatred.
Enmity, the state of feeling or being actively opposed or hostile to someone or something. So now we understand why the scripture says in Matthew's about if you hate your brother in his heart. If you nip that in the bud, you never get to this point to where you want to kill him or her. See, but when you let that spirit of bitterness and hatred come in, what can happen? You could be murderous. Y'all see that? It could be a neighbor, man. How many neighbors killing each other now? Bro, the one guy went next door to in his neighborhood and did what? I'm gonna go ahead and shoot the neighbors, right? So that's the spirit of hatred. See? So jump back. Come on. Go ahead.
That he died.
Right.
He that smote him.
Right.
Shall surely be put to death.
Go ahead.
For he is a murderer. The revenger.
So a murderer is what? The death penalty is what? Death. Right? How do you deal with the penalty of murder? Death. So you see how some laws they restrain from or they change when it comes to the commandments of the Most High? You see that? So now here you go. Are Israelites for the death penalty? Well, biblically, yes. If it's a murderer, you got this guy that just got caught killing those 11 women. They only got three women, but there was 11 women total. I think it's Long Island. Esau, regular old dude. This guy, yeah, he just sit there, eat with you, talk with you, and what? Got a chick tied up in his basement. Esau, man, is crazy, bro. That spirit, let me be fair. They know how to do it more discreetly. Like when they're sodomites, you're like, you never know this big ass dude. Our people do it flamboyantly. They're flamboyantly with these things. You know, they're going to snitch on themselves and they try to copy Esau in the spirit he's in. Because I don't want to make it seem like there ain't our people that are wicked as well. Because you got a lot of our people that follow this wicked spirit. But we're talking about that spirit of where you can sit there, act like, go home to your wife and kids, and you just murdered a hooker in the back of your trunk. Like Jake would snitch on himself. What's wrong with you? Where you at? Where you been? Nowhere? What's the blood? What's that blood on there? That's nothing. Come my son, right? Like Esau, bro, they do it the right way. But when you catch that cat and all the evidence comes out, that's the spirit of the Most High. Y'all know that, right? How these investigators, every time they catch him, they put his DNA, his hair, right? They got his cell phone. You're not getting away during this, bro. What was it, the movie Tom Cruise did? Where they had they had to where they could see you were murder, what you was going to do before you do it. It was called pre-crime. And before you even did it, that's where it's getting to. But this dude was smart. He was getting burner phones. But they still were able to phone he bought to the tower, right? To the camera, to the time you walked in, to this camera, to the DNA. Wow. They're like, bro, you ain't getting away with nothing. But that's the spirit of the Most High. Because the Most High is not, he can't just let these murderers live. He got the spirit of the investigator to catch them. You understand that? Right. So you can see in the laws of the Most High how they took the laws, what they follow, and what they don't follow. Go ahead.
The avenger of blood shall slay the murderer when he meeteth him. Right.
So it would be like that. That was the rule. Go ahead.
But if he thrust him suddenly,
right,
without enmity,
right,
or have cast upon him anything without lying of weight, or with any stone wherewith a man may die, seeing him not, and cast it upon him,
right,
that he died, and was not his enemy, neither sought his harm, then the congregation shall judge between the slayer and the revenger.
See, so you got to have it right as well. You couldn't just speculate. You'd have to know. So that part, Esau, where they get 12 judges, right? That's right. The problem is that they're so racist as hell that and the people, their mind is already warped. So you got biasness, right? So, but this is the way you would do it. You couldn't just go murder somebody because you felt they did it. You have to have evidence. You have to know. So they're doing that part somewhat right. Go ahead.
Revenger of blood,
right,
according to these judgments.
Go ahead. Where are we at? Numbers 35 and what?
25.
35 and 25. Go ahead.
And the congregation shall deliver the slayer out of the hand of the revenger,
right,
of blood. And the congregation shall restore him to the city of his refuge, whether he was fled, and he shall abide in it until the death of the high priest.
Right. Right. So y'all see what's going on here. You got the city for the slayer, or for the guy that made the mistake. The mistake, right? But because that had to be judged too, right? So no, they weren't just killing people. They would have to have the evidence. You would still have to be judged, right? I'm doing one of our Hidden Truth shows, and one thing I said on there is Esau removed church and state. This is when they separated God out of America. And as soon as they did that, you can go back and disannul what the scriptures say. And that's what they started to do. Remember, it was founded, America was founded on this. And then they what? Moved that out of it. In God we trust. At one time that really meant something. Now they don't trust in the Most High. Right? So this goes back to that Romans 11, how that the so-called white man does have the Bible. They receive the word. They receive the knowledge of what to do. And the scriptures tell us if they don't abide in it, they themselves is going to suffer the punishment. And that's what a lot of them don't want to come to. Oh, we got the chance for salvation. Where did you abide in this? You're not holding to this. So it tells us if the Son suffered and we went through this, what the hell you think they're going to get? Oh, we skipped that part. No, salvation is to everybody. They never held to this. So that's why they don't got salvation. They don't want to come to that reality. Y'all see that? Go ahead, read on.
Unto the death of the high priest, which was anointed with the holy oil. But if the slayer shall at any time come without the border of the city of his refuge, whether he was fled, and the revenger of blood find him without the borders of the city of his refuge, and the revenger of blood kill the slayer, he shall not be guilty of blood.
Right. So y'all see that, right? Are y'all understanding this? Go ahead. Yeah.
So, this is the fact that he wasn't in the city of refuge. He was.
Yeah. Because, see, now you can correctly be judged there. Right? We can come to you, we can deal with the situation. But you running and doing some other things. Right.
Okay.
Why won't you run there?
Dang.
If you're right, where you gonna go? You're gonna go to the city. Right? If not, where you at? You're not having any guilt. You don't got the Spirit on you that's checking you or correcting you. So what did the Most High do? The Most High, listen, you yourself, leave yourself open for that.
True.
Right? So everybody knows this. We all reading this. If it's a mistake, go to the city and prepare for the judgment to be able to sit down and be asked. Right?
Yeah.
You see that? But you ain't going to the city. You must have did something wrong. Right? You trying to hide. Right? So for instance, like the Long Island Edomite. Did you do it? I didn't do it. He's going to tell you, I didn't do it, right? Now they got to go what? Get all the evidence and prove it. You see that? And they already got his hair samples in one of the murders. It's done. What?
It was funny how they caught him at the end. They ran up on him because he went to this fast food restaurant and he had a straw, he threw it in the trash. They ran in there and swabbed it. And he was like, yeah, we got him.
Yeah, because what they're doing is matching DNA. They're matching something they already had to them. So I watched one interview. They already had him watching him. They already were watching this guy.
That's how they found him. Yeah, they was watching. He was watching him through the window. He threw out his food and then he ran off.
No, what I'm saying is before that, they were watching him. They already knew who they were looking for, but they had to confirm it with the, you know what I mean? So, yeah, but you get that, right? All right, go ahead.
Verse 28.
Go ahead.
Because he should have remained.
See, he should have remained.
There you go.
Go ahead.
In the city of his refuge. Until the death of the high priest. But after the death of the high priest, the slayer shall return unto the land of his possession.
You can see that also what? There was still a judgment. Like you made a mistake, right? There was still a judgment. And I think Esau got something like that, right? To where you make a mistake and slaughter somebody. What is it called again? Involuntary manslaughter? Yeah, you can still be punished for that. Right? But negligence, stupidity. You can't just murder somebody, right? And this was the judgment. You got to go sit in this city all the way till the judge dies. Right? See what happened? They're not locking you up in a prison with all men to where you got men acting like women homosexuality going on. It's more corrupt there, right? The Most High did things different. We're going to do things different. I mean, in the kingdom of the Most High, it's going to be strict, straight law. Right? Go ahead.
Verse 29. So these things shall be for a statute of judgment.
Right. Let me say this real quick. Sorry. These people come and be like, well, so the Bible's so old. What are we gonna do? Where's that applicable? Man. What are you talking about? They literally applied and took a lot of the Bible in every aspect of society. See, you know, the only reason why people say that is because they want to still eat pork. It ain't got nothing to do with the Bible actually works. It's, I want to do the things that you're telling me not to do. Be a homosexual, eat the pork, shrimp, crab, lobsters, celebrate the holidays of this kingdom. So when you start to say, look, the Bible works, they actually took from the Bible in everything, in judgment, right, in a lot of wisdom, right, and they just switched it over time, right? I see, this shows you our people don't know what the hell they're talking about. They're just running their mouth without even knowing really what's in the book, right? Well,
one of the things popped in my head when you said that, where the scripture says, "Be holy, for I'm holy."
Right.
Right. We know that's separate, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, they also, just like I want to eat pork, they're like, well, I want to be able to be friends with whoever I want to be with.
Right.
Right. I want to. If the church is pointing out how this person shouldn't be a person that I hang around with,
right,
that I congregate with, well, bump that. I like him.
I like him. You're misjudging him.
Right.
Right? When not knowing that the influence of this individual, if we look at society, the influence of what they're doing has influenced the simple mind or the unlearned. And that what starts to corrupt society. So the Most High is telling these things because he knows before he created it. But we don't want to see it that way. That's just the way you feel.
Yep.
No, that's the way the Most High laid it down for a reason to help to benefit the people, the nation. Right? But this is why it says what? Job 9:24, the earth is given into the hand of the wicked. Right? The earth is given into the hand of the wicked. Now that Isaiah 24 verse 5, the earth is defiled under the inhabitants thereof, because they transgress the laws, they change the ordinances. So it's given into the hand of the wicked, they transgress the laws, now you got the repercussion. The earth is what? Punished. In what way, Kazakia? They destroyed the air, they destroyed the water, they destroyed the land. This is why we're talking about global warming. This is why we're talking about FDA approved. If you follow the law, you would know don't do anything that's going to hurt or harm the next individuals.
Right.
So all these laws that the Most High laid down are laws that are righteous.
Right.
Right? Okay. Abortion. Let's go to the law. This is what the scriptures say. Thou shalt not murder. Right? Well, what about murder? What about stealing? We got laws for that. Right? What about adultery? What about marriage? We got laws for that. Isn't this what they follow in their own land? No. They got laws, but they don't follow them. Because they don't take it that serious. Only when it comes to laws that is penalized with money. They'll come get your butt. Because that's what is more meaningful to Americans, money. Right? Run that red light, pay that ticket. Right? You don't got a license, better get it. You don't got insurance, better get it. Right? It's all about money with America. Go ahead. Read on.
So these things shall be for a statute of judgment unto you throughout your generations.
Right?
In all your dwelling. Whoso killeth any person, the murderer shall be put to death by the mouth of witnesses. But one witness shall not testify against any person.
See, this is why I told y'all before, don't get online and go with hearsay, right? Because you won't even know what really is going on. And you will put somebody in the position that you will judge somebody because of hearsay. The Bible tells us you weren't supposed to jump on their bandwagon. You see that? You had to have evidence. One person and then you would have to do it the correct way. And I know I'm jumping outside of murder, but it's the same thing in the scriptures. Like, you can get somebody killed by what? Falsely testifying. Right? And that's what social media is about. Falsely testifying. Like I always say, that's why I don't jump on hatred or what goes on in what school. Because you're not there. You don't know the entire story. And for me, personally, I had people call me from other schools with one side of the story. I'm like, okay, well, did you go talk to them? Well, no, because that's not what the Bible says. I don't care if you're in a school that there's some things I don't agree with. I'm not going to hate. Israel loves to just hate. I'm going to hate because you're not with us. No, brother. You got to go do it the right way with them. Stop doing that, right? That's just. Now, everybody might not do that, but that's what the scriptures say, right? And everybody, I know for a fact everybody don't do that. Oh, yeah, you should be over there with those brothers anyway, right? You hear things like that. But nah, the fact is this. Why? Right? Oh, this is how you got to deal with it. Like I told him, I said, all right, if it was a doctrine thing, and we could talk about that. I said, but this is not that. You believe in what they're teaching out, you got to go fix it. You got to go fix that with them. You know what I mean? Somebody offends you. Come on, that's going to happen in every school. Right? So, once again, we got to do it the way the Most High said. What's up?
Precept to talebearer.
Precept to talebearer, what you got?
Leviticus 19 and verse 16.
Leviticus 19 and 16. Go ahead.
Thou shalt not go up and down as a talebearer among thy people. Neither shalt thou stand against the blood of thy neighbor.
You see that? Meaning you don't know, and you are what? I don't like this person. Leviticus 19 and 16. I don't like this person, so I'm a what? I'm going to go ahead and go against them. You know what I mean? So we got to watch that. Don't partake in all that, y'all. Come on, where we at?
But one witness shall not testify against any person.
Why? Because you're not going to do it alone. Where 2 or 3 is gathered, there I am. It's your word against their word. It's your word against her word. Right? No, there got to be somebody there. That's why the Spirit showed me. You got to have 2 people there. I bring the officers in. You know what I mean? You counseling the sister, you got to bring the officers in. You counseling the brother, you bring the officer. Well, the brother said, hold on, I didn't say that. That's the way you might have took it. But let's go ahead and see what the brother said. Oh, this is what he said. You got to have witnesses. And I'm going to tell y'all again, social media doesn't have no witnesses. They want to defame. They want to talk about people. They want to lie on people because they just don't like the way you look. They don't like something you said. So they will hate on you. So do not partake in that. Read.
Against any person to cause him to die.
Right.
Moreover, ye shall take no satisfaction for the life of a murderer.
Wait a minute. Listen to this, y'all. I'm glad he got killed.
Right.
I'm glad they killed him. When I was going over this the other day, I was like, oh, wow. Like, I was like, oh, that's cold. That is cold. Like, it caught me. I was like, what? I was like, for real? It says, don't take satisfaction. What?
Does that just mean for our people? Like, don't be happy that our brothers?
Every time we go over this, the reason why we don't say the world or the heathen is because we know that this is talking to us. We know that this is talking to us. It's talking to our nation, right? Go back into the Bible and look what was going on with the heathen. What we were doing. How we could deal with the heathen. It was totally different. You can sell dead food to them, but you couldn't sell it to your brother. It was a different thing when we dealt with the nations. You know? At the same time, I'm not going to sit up and dream and lose sleep. Right? Like the spirit don't want that either. But at the same time, yeah, we're going to recognize what the heathen's done to us. And blessed is the man that, no, it says, go to, just on this heathen question, right? Go to Psalms. It's, happy is he. Psalms 137 or 139. Happy is he.
Psalm 37:9.
Go ahead. 37. Right. Go ahead.
Psalm chapter 137, verse 9.
Go ahead.
Happy shall he be that taketh and dashes thy little one against the stones.
Who is he talking about? Start from verse 7.
Verse 7.
Go ahead.
Remember, O Lord, the children of Edom in the day of Jerusalem.
Go ahead.
Who said, raise it, even to the foundation thereof.
Go ahead.
O daughter of Babylon.
Oh, daughter of who?
Of Babylon.
A daughter of who?
Of Babylon.
Go ahead.
Who art to be destroyed.
Right. Edom is the daughter of Babylon. That's why cold scripture that Fatazat hit me with. It's in Peter's, where Peter says to the church that is in Babylon. Because when he was talking about Rome, we knew that the Edomites were the daughter of Babylon. Right? So, happy is he. Right? Then the other scripture, watch, go ahead.
Happy shall he be.
What?
Happy
sad. Sad. We're going to be sad.
Happy shall he be.
Go ahead.
That rewardeth thee.
That what?
That rewardeth thee.
Go ahead.
As thou hast served us.
See? So to the nations is different. We're going to be happy. Right? What about, here's the patience. Go to Revelations 13, 9, and 10. Right? Like, what are you patiently waiting to blow for? Right? Read that.
Revelation chapter 13 and verse 9.
Go ahead.
If any man have an ear.
We're waiting for the nations to get what's coming to them. Right? All right. And, you know, there's more on that, too. There's more scriptures that could be. Yeah.
You would say, don't take pleasure because the Most High said he don't take pleasure in any of us.
In the death of him that died. Right. Exactly. Very good point. He said he doesn't take pleasure. That's Ezekiel, right? That's Ezekiel. You can get it real quick. Yeah.
Precept.
On what? What part are we on? Are we still on this subject?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
2 Thessalonians chapter 1 and verse 6. Seeing it is a righteous thing with the most.
Okay, okay. He switched it off. We're coming back to Revelation 13, 9, and 10. So go ahead, read it again.
2 Thessalonians chapter 1 and verse 6.
Right. Because he jumped to another point. You're going back to her point. Go ahead.
Seeing it is a righteous thing with the Most High.
Right.
To recompense tribulation to them that trouble you.
And the Most High will handle that. Vengeance is his, right? So we're going to be waiting. And we're happily waiting. Patiently waiting. We're patiently waiting. Y'all get that? Okay. Now, what he was saying was in Ezekiel, it's it's like 18:32. Ezekiel 18:32.
Ezekiel chapter 18 and verse 32.
Go ahead.
For I have no pleasure in the death of him that dieth,
Right.
saith the Most High Power.
Read on.
Wherefore turn yourselves and live ye.
Right. So, right. The Most High had no pleasure in it. We supposed to have no pleasure in it. Y'all get that? 1832. That was a good one. Good point, Lionel. Good point. All right, go ahead. Let's go back. Go ahead.
But he shall be surely put to death.
All right, next brother. Shedma, okay. And then Israel's going to be Shedma. Oh, okay, gotcha.
Sabbath S.O.W, Yehovah, Bon Yasharal.
Shendiban, Sabbath S.O.W, Yehovah, Bon Yasharal. I imagine, right?
Yehovah, Shem Yehovah, Star Bragathon.
Yehovah, Shem Yehovah, Star Bragathon. All right, let's get through this. 32 down to Deuteronomy 1 and 4. So you're going to read that whole 36 and yeah. All right, go ahead.
Numbers chapter 35 and verse 32. And ye shall take no satisfaction for him that is fled to the city of his refuge, that he should come again to dwell in the land until the death of the priest. So ye shall not pollute the land wherein ye are, for blood it defileth the land.
For the blood what?
For blood it defileth the land.
So that's the process. You can't just have the cats around murdering each other. And that's why America's defiled. That's why a lot of these nations is defiled. Go ahead.
And the land cannot be cleansed of the blood that is shed therein.
Go ahead.
But by the blood of him that shed it.
See, this is what Esau doesn't understand. You can't come over here, rape, rob, murder, kill, pillage, lie, thieve, steal, and then what happens? Oh, you know what? I'm the good guy now. See, y'all believe that, I don't believe shit. It doesn't matter how long how much time goes on. This demon is going to pay for what he's done. This devil is going to pay for what he's done. They can act like they're Christians and believers all they want. They're not going to show they're believers until they do what the scripture says back in Ezekiel. If the wicked restore the pledge, give again that he have robbed. You want to be the good guy? Give it back. All the little shenanigans. That's why I ain't entertaining no apologists, no Edomite apologists. You ain't got nothing to say to me. Who gave you the right to preach the word of the Most High? Not the Most High. See? Go ahead.
Defile not therefore the land.
Go ahead.
Which ye shall inhabit.
Go ahead.
Wherein I dwell. For I, the Most High, dwell among the children of Israel.
Go ahead.
Numbers chapter 36 and verse 1. And the chief fathers of the families of the children of Gilead, the son of Machir, the son of Manasseh, of the families of the son of Joseph, came near and spake before Moses, and before the princes, the chief fathers of the children of Israel. And they said, the Most High commanded my Lord to give the land for an inheritance by lot to the children of Israel. And my Lord was commanded by the Most High to give the inheritance of Zelophehad our brother unto his daughters. And if they be married to any of the sons of the other tribes of the children of Israel, then shall their inheritance be taken from the inheritance of our fathers.
Right, so y'all get that whole situation with the daughters, that they weren't going to marry, they're not going to marry outside of their tribe, because when they marry a man, then that man will inherit as well as that land. So what he was doing with these women, all right, okay, because a lot of people see, you don't supposed to marry out your tribe. Bro, you're not reading the whole thing. It was about them marrying someone and then losing their land inheritance outside of their tribe. All the tribes already had their land. So he was trying to prevent that. Y'all get that, right? Okay, that's another thing. Y'all gotta be, oh, see, you don't supposed to marry about your tribe, brother. Let's go to what this topic is about. It's about two women and keeping that land within those women inheritance and family. Y'all get that? Okay, go ahead.
And shall be put to the inheritance of the tribe whereunto they are received.
Right.
So shall it be taken from the lot of our inheritance.
So you see that, right? Okay, go ahead.
Verse 4. And when the jubilee of the children of Israel shall be, then shall their inheritance be put unto the inheritance of the tribe whereunto they are received. So shall their inheritance be taken away from the inheritance of the tribe of our fathers. Verse 5. And Moses commanded the children of Israel according to the word of the Most High, saying, the tribe of the sons of Joseph have said well, this is the thing which the Most High doth command concerning the daughters of Zelophehad, saying, let them marry to whom they think best. Only to the family of the tribe of their father shall they marry.
Right, so I jumped a little bit ahead, but that's why he said what? Only to their tribe, okay? That way they don't lose their land. Go ahead.
So shall not the inheritance of the children of Israel remove from tribe to tribe. For every one of the children of Israel shall keep himself to the inheritance of the tribe of his fathers. And every daughter that possesseth an inheritance in any tribe of the children of Israel shall be wife unto one of the family of the tribe of her father.
So you see that, right? So now you're able to see that, okay, this land is still within the family and the tribe. Right? Go ahead.
That the children of Israel may enjoy every man the inheritance of his fathers. Neither shall the inheritance remove from one tribe to another tribe. But every one of the tribes of the children of Israel shall keep himself to his own inheritance. Even as the Most High commanded Moses, so did the daughters of Zelophehad. For Mahlah, and Tirzah, and Hoglah, and Milcah, and Noah, the daughters of Zelophehad, were married unto their father's brother's sons. And they were married into the families of the sons of Manasseh, the son of Joseph, and their inheritance remained in the tribe of the family of their father. These are the commandments and the judgments which the Most High commanded by the hand of Moses unto the children of Israel in the plains of Jericho, of Moab, by Jordan near Jericho. Deuteronomy chapter 1 and verse 1. These be the words which Moses spake unto all Israel on this side Jordan in the wilderness, in the plain over against the Red Sea, between Paran and Tophel, and Laban and Hazeroth, and Dizahah. There are 11 days' journey from Horeb by the way of Mount Seir unto Kadesh Barnea. And it came to pass in the 40th year, in the 11th month, on the first day of the month, that Moses spake unto the children of Israel, according unto all that the Lord had given him in commandment unto them, after he had slain Sihon, the king of the Amorites, which dwelt in Heshbon, and Og, the king of Bashan, which dwelt at Ashtaroth in Edrei.
Okay, next brother, come on.
Ashariyah, Shabbat Shah, Yahawah, Ban Yasharala.
Ashariyah, Shabbat Shah, Yahawah, Ben Yasharala, Amatu, Barak.
Yahawah, Ban Hashem, Yahushai, Brakatam.
Yahawah, Hashem, Yahushai, Barakatah. All right, we're getting 2 minutes. So you're going to the 24th verse. So we out of Numbers finally, into Deuteronomy. Go ahead.
God. Deuteronomy chapter 1 and verse 5.
Once again, if you're, I know you're not charged for this, but if you're really paying attention, you're getting a lot. Don't take it for granted, y'all. Right? Remember, we're reading the whole Bible. You're gonna look back in a year or two and be able to say, "Man, I done read the Bible how many times?" And everything starts to get more familiar, right? And then the understanding becomes more clear because you have a wider understanding of the full Bible. So, especially with the law. Like a lot of these laws, we've been doing this for a few years now. Especially for y'all that have been here. So this is just repetition over and over again. And we know every time we go over it, something new comes out, right? That's how it's supposed to be. Go ahead.
On this side Jordan, in the land of Moab, began Moses to declare this law, saying, "The Lord our God spake unto us in Horeb. Ye have dwelt long enough in this mount. Turn you and take your journey, and go to the mount of the Amorites, and to all the places nigh thereunto, in the plain, in the hills, and in the vale, and in the south, and by the seaside, to the land of the Canaanites, and unto Lebanon, unto the great river, the river Euphrates. Behold, I have set the land before you. Go in and possess the land which the Lord sware unto your fathers."
So why are we doing this? Why are we finna go slaughter these filthy nations, these Hamites? Anybody know? I want to see if somebody knows the answer outside of what we're reading. What? I can't hear you, sis. They were living where we're supposed to be at, but what else? What?
Because of the curse of Canaan from...
Good point. Good point. So, the Most High said that the Ham, or the Canaanites, would serve Shem. So we got a few things going on here. It was promised that Ham would serve Shem. It's our land, right, that the Most High set up for us, right? One more thing. What? They were what? They were defiling the land. They were sacrificing their kids. They were doing all kind of wicked stuff. So it wasn't that we was just going to go in against it. No, they was doing wickedness in the land. They was killing their kids. Sacrificing to other gods. Right? So this was just. Well, why are they going to go in and take this land? Because it was something bigger than just the land itself. Right? All right, go ahead.
It says, "Behold, I have set the land before you. Go in and possess the land which the Lord sware unto your fathers."
Right?
Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, to give unto them and to their seed after them. And I spake unto you at that time, saying, I am not able to bear you myself alone. The Lord your God hath multiplied you, and behold, ye are this day as the stars of heaven for multitude.
Mm-hmm.
For the Lord God of your fathers make you 1,000 times as many more as ye are, and bless you as he hath promised you.
Right, go to Hosea 1 and 10 real quick. The Most High will make us as the stars of heaven. What else did he say? Go ahead.
Hosea chapter 1 verse 10.
Yeah.
Yet the number of the children of Israel shall be as the sand of the sea.
Go ahead.
Which cannot be measured nor numbered.
Right. So, what is that showing us, man? That the Israelites are everywhere. We can't judge by physical appearance. You understand? You're not going to know everybody's DNA. You're not going to know that. They might have features that might not look like us, but they still might be an Israelite. So it's our job to do what? Teach. It's our job to teach and not get caught up, because what happens? You already automatically assume that they're Gentile. If our people are scattered through all these different places, remember Isaiah 11:11. How are they going to look? They're going to look like a speckled bird, bro. Then I keep bringing up the point that these brothers are out there teaching Israelites in India. They don't look like us. They don't talk like us. Right? You'd be like, what, bro? These are straight heathens. No. The Israelites that were over there, you got to remember, man, a lot of us, listen, go. What happened in World War II? Right? The black man going over there doing what? Laying with a lot of the little almond-eyed beauties. Right? And what happened? Having these children with them, and they growing up what? Thinking they're Chinese, thinking they're Filipino, right? But they're Israelites. You can't go by, I know we can do it a little bit here in America, but it don't work like that, y'all. You got to get your mind off of that, because what happens is you're going to prejudge, and you won't teach somebody. You won't show nobody. Because you figure they're heathen. But little did you know, oh yeah, my great grandfather, he's Native American, or my great granddad, he's West Indian, or right? You never know. Oh, my great granddad, you know, he's Aztec, right? You look at the outward appearance, we're gonna miss this. Go ahead, jump back.
Deuteronomy chapter 1 and verse 12.
Go ahead.
How can I myself alone bear your cumbrance and your burden?
Right.
And your strife?
Right.
Take you wise men and understanding and known among your tribe.
Right, and we touch on this a lot, but it goes right back into when we go into the bishop. We went over yesterday the duties of a woman, right? Well, the duties of a man is to step into that bishopship within the Most High call you for, to handle the problems. But you got to be taught. You got to be changed. Your obedience got to be fulfilled so you can help others. So I'm going to say it again for y'all sisters that weren't here yesterday. The Most High called you not to just sit in those seats, right? Not just to take notes. He called you to do things, but are you taking the steps to step up into your gift, your slot, and what the Most High called you for? A lot of sisters and a lot of brothers think, well, I'm just here. I'm just going to fill the seat. I don't see me doing nothing else. The scriptures said, the tree that bringeth not forth fruit is hewn down and cast in the fire. What slot, what position of the body, what is it? It's got to be one of those things it named off yesterday in Corinthians 12. It's got to be one of those offices. Go ahead.
And I will make them rulers over you.
I will make them what?
Rulers over you.
Go ahead.
And ye answered me and said, the thing which thou hast spoken is good for us to do.
Right.
So I took the chief of your tribe.
The Most High is looking for the chief of the tribes. The ones that want to step up into this wise and understanding, being a wise and understanding elder woman. Why do you think all this is being poured into you? The scripture said, and I'm going to keep saying it, as you was freely received, you're going to freely give. This ain't for you to stack notes. This is for you to do and fulfill the slot that the Most High gave. The Most High gave to you. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Wise men.
What?
Wise men.
Read.
And known.
Wise men and known. Read.
And made them heads.
What were they known for? Well, we went through the sisters. It says they knew how to, they were what? Courteous, respectful. They knew how to wash the saints' feet. They knew how to what? Be ready to learn to teach the younger women. Well, the same thing with the men. You're not, what are you doing? You know, I'm just showing up. Nah, you're needed. So go through the process. Remember, nobody's forcing the process, but there is a process. It's not for you to have notes on notes on notes on notes on notes and don't know how to apply nothing. All the scriptures all the time, and you still what? Showing up late? You still what? Not motivated? You still what? Don't study? Right? Whether you're single sisters or married sisters. Whether you're single brothers or married brothers. The Most High said, go get the chief. Right? Who should go to Psalms Psalms 92? Who should rise up for me? I can't believe my brain slipped that one. 92 and 16? What is it?
Psalm chapter 94, verse 16.
94 and 16. Go ahead.
Who will rise up for me against the evil day?
Right. Who's the one that's going to step up? Who's the one that's going to step up? We need mothers. We need fathers. We need elders. Huh? Don't do like the world. I want to be a forever thought. I want to be forever thought. I don't never want to change. I want to be forever young. Bruh, you're going to get old. And all the tools that the Most High has given you while you're getting old is for the benefit of your nation. And that's when you stepped up, you're stepping up into this chief status, this elder status. But remember, you can't be one of those old fools.
Right.
Where did you learn it? You learned it in your youth. Go ahead.
Or who will stand up for me against the workers of iniquity?
The workers of iniquity. Who's going to stand up for me against the workers of iniquity? Who's going to do it? Y'all see what's going on? That the Most High has called you. No man has called you. It wasn't a coincidence. Get that out your damn head. It was just a coincidence. Bruh, the Most High called you. Well, my father knew it, but you still here. My mama knew the truth, but you still believe. Y'all see this? It's not a coincidence. It's your calling. All right, go ahead and read on. Jump back to Deuteronomy.
Deuteronomy chapter 1 and verse 15.
Go ahead.
So I took the chief of your tribe.
Right.
Wise men.
Right.
And known.
Read.
And made them heads over you.
Read.
Captains over thousands.
Uh-huh.
And captains over hundreds.
Read.
And captains over 50s. And captains over 10.
Okay, so we went over yesterday that there was a such thing of camps and churches and gatherings. And then in these gatherings, it tells you in the New Testament, and I didn't get a chance to show it, you got bishops, pastors, deacons, and you got the old labels, which are what? Officers, 50, hundreds. So you see some schools use the old label or the new label. It doesn't matter. It's a what? The chief men, the chief women stepping up to the requirement. You know, we're not just giving this just to sit back. You fat while everybody else is starving. We have a job to the nation. Read.
And officers among your tribe.
Right, and officers. Brother, how you an officer 50? You ain't got 50 brothers. How you an officer 5,000? Come on now, you slow. You're not getting it. You know there ain't 5,000 people in the camp. You know there ain't 1,000 people in the camp. Right? Some camps ain't got 50 people. Right? But still, what is the Most High saying? Are you going to step up? So what is this position about? If you take You got the trooper test. No, you got the soldier test, officer 50, and officer 100. You're saying as a soldier, you know the requirements. You're saying as an officer 50, you know how to help with those requirements, institute, hold to the standard of those requirements. Right? And I'm able to be and deal with a man, his wife, his family, and counsel and teach them and deal with the cumbersome issues, the burden and the strife. That's what they did. You forget that. That's why a lot of brothers and sisters are what? Oh, I'd rather not deal with that. What were you called for? What was Peter, Paul, and all these apostles dealing with? It wasn't peaches and cream from Acts all the way through. It was what? We got to deal with the elders. We got to deal with the people. We got to deal with these situations. What did I pull yesterday in Acts 6? It said the Hebrews were having a disagreement with the Grecians because the widows were neglected in the daily services. So they were like, let's go get men to be able to deal with the sisters that are dealing with the church. You see that? That was work. And what do you got? Burden and strife and issues and things you got to deal with. See, but a lot of people are so selfish, they're like, nah, I don't want to deal with that. You're coming into this office, this service, to minister to the nation. Y'all get that? And I'm not going to go over all the scriptures we went over yesterday, but that's what we're here to do. Go ahead.
Verse 16.
Go ahead.
And I charged the judges at that time, saying, hear the causes between your brethren.
Right, hear the causes. You get on the phone with Shawashina and Shalimai and be like, well, you need to ask what Shawashina was doing before the truth. Huh? You need to ask what Shalimai was doing before the truth. Shawashina saucering her way to the kingdom. That wasn't going to do it. Merengue, bachata to the kingdom. That wasn't going to do it. The Most High called her from the dance halls. And what? She's something else now. Like, y'all got to understand, she forsook that life. I got to say this because a lot of brothers and sisters think, well, we were born in white robes. No, she was just like you. And she forsook that life. You see that? Same thing with Shalimai, right? When she heard the truth, what happened? What's the first thing we told her? You gotta, the wheat, the bags, the sacks gotta go. Now, she got it while she was younger. You know what I mean? But still, that had to go. So the dancing had to go for Shawashina. The dancing had to go. Right? And then for Shalimai, what? The sacks had to go. You see that? That's what they were. What were we? You act like we was like born. Yes, I was born into the truth. I got the truth at 3, so I say I was born. But still, you still got to live in this filthy world and commit to the truth. There was at a certain time where it was either I was gonna be about it or reject it. When you get to that certain age, our kids are either gonna be about it or say, nah, I'm 18 now, I'm gonna do me. I'm 19 now, I'm gonna go against what I was shown. Everybody has that choice. You see this? So when we step into these slots, we understand what the ministry is about. The ministering and doing the will of the Father is about. It wasn't just about, I'm a Hebrew Israelite now. The water for letting me know I gotta go. Now I know, thank you, appreciate you, buddy. Nah, it's time for you to get back now. Go ahead.
And judge righteously.
And then we had to what? Deal with situations. We have to do righteous judgment. But how are you going to be a righteous judge if you're not in these situations where you call Shawashna and Shalamaya, or you call brothers and it's AI? What's going on with this? I got this situation. And he walks you through it with the scriptures. And then you're looking and being like, damn, I didn't even think of that. And you're like, damn, this scripture, dang. And he's going and she's going through the scriptures and showing you the logic of a wife, the logic of a woman, and showing you, look, this is what the Most High said. And you're like, damn, how did you get there? She forsook her old life. We forsook our old life, our old ideas, the old way of thinking, and we started to lock into this. Go ahead.
And judge righteously between every man
right?
And his brother.
And you got to deal with that. So stop. What did I say yesterday? Stop thinking that the truth don't come with problems. If that was the case, why we got to judge? Moses said it, and deal with the strife. Cumbersome. Well, look up that word for them. Let me show y'all real quick. Cumbersome. It says large or heavy and therefore difficult to carry or use. I get it. I know a lot of y'all why you don't want to take that test. Because you know what? It's going to be a hard requirement, a heavy burden. But what did Christ say? What did he say? What did him say?
He said, take my burden, take my yoke for his life.
Take my yoke. But a lot of people, you thought that was a spiritual yoke. Yes, I take the yoke of Jesus and I believe in him. Woo, I take the yoke. Brother, the yoke is you dealing with these niggas. Stop that. Stop capping on yourself. It's dealing with arguments, debates, disagreements, emotions, bad marriages, right? Parents that don't know how to deal with their kids. Husbands that don't know how to deal with their wives. Wives that don't know how to deal with their husbands. That's the cumbersome issues. But a lot of us are like, no, let me stay safe. Shalom. I'm going to stay here. I have to stay here. I don't want to deal with all that. The Most High has given you this opportunity to be an asset and a help to Israel. Now y'all see? It ain't only about, hey, y'all meet me out at the seashore so we can yell at the heathens. Show me that in here. No, it was more work dealing with Israel. Right? And like I said, I ain't gonna. If I go into the New Testament, we'll be here all day to show all these issues in the New Testament from every church, from Corinth to Ephesians to Thessalonica, all the issues that Peter was what? Paul was what? Checking. He was like, I heard y'all over here doing this. What's wrong with y'all? It's like, I heard y'all were locked in over here. All praise to the Most High. I hope these other brothers and sisters follow y'all. That's what he was dealing with. All issues. It wasn't, you're pure, Corinth. All you brothers got it. You brothers in Rome. Godspeed, you're pure. Nah. Hell nah. They were dealing with issues. Right? That's why I said y'all got to study. Read on. Come on.
And the stranger that is with him.
Right. And the stranger. You deal with these issues, man. Well, I'm dealing with my mama and she don't understand the truth. You know what I mean? How do I deal with this? How much time you counseled on that and were given wisdom? How to deal with the outside. Well, what do you think you're giving that wisdom for? So you can be able to give that wisdom to others. Right? Read. Come on.
Ye shall not respect persons.
Right. And then you had to show a standard. Right? So what are we looking at? We're looking at these things. If you're not learning the laws and the commandments and the word and the embodiment, forget judge, you're not going to be a pure Israelite. Because respect the person, was that only to the judges? That was to the Israelites. So stop thinking like, well, that's a requirement for the priest. I had somebody tell me that Timothy 3 was for, not everybody's going to be a priest. I'm like, This guy does not understand what he's been called to. That literally is to all the men. All right, here we go. You're a nation of kings and priests. There you go. Stop trying to cut yourself out now. Like, everybody's not going to fulfill that position, huh? You're a nation of kings and priests. Too late. Too late. Right? Read, come on. So we're looking and seeing your logic. Or do you have respect to persons? And you know where it starts? Where we look at, brothers? With your rib. Because if you can't take care of your home house, you can't take care of the house of the Lord. So if you got respect a person with your rib and you won't check her, then we know, oh, wait a minute. He's going to have respect a person when it comes to the congregation. This is something that got to be reminded to him that it cannot be done. It's not acceptable. You got to hold her to the standard. You got to hold your kids to the standard. I don't just come preach in here and then at home I'm just letting the kids in the rib move all willy-nilly. Right? What type of, that's hypocritical. Right? We got to go home and what? Teach them. And then you'll see, oh, okay, his ribs will get checked quick. He don't got no respect for persons. Oh, he checks them quick. He's going to put them in line quick. He's going to put his kids in line quick. And then you see, oh, okay, this is a judge. This is a good judge. He don't got respect for persons. What else?
In judgment.
Right?
But ye shall hear the small as well as the great.
Well, I don't want to deal with that. Bro, I got to deal with these issues, really? You don't know this by now? No, they don't know it. Why I got to be the one to tell them to do this? This is petty. Well, the scriptures tell you what? Give me that, Ecclesiastes 5:15. Ecclesiastes 5:15, take out any matter? Yeah, read that. Ecclesiastes 5:15.
Ecclesiastes chapter 5 verse 15.
Go ahead.
Be not ignorant of anything in a great matter or a small.
Well, man, why I gotta be the one to sit down and tell it'd be like the sister's gotta teach the sister how to cook rice. That's something small. But what are the elder women teaching the younger women? Right? Oh, don't do the rice like that. It tastes like a soggy ball. Right? This is how you do the rice. So the younger women got to come humble and follow. And then the elder women got to be go through the steps of teaching them. You understand that? And showing them. They got to be patient and long-suffering to do what? Teach them. You see that? No, sis, that's not how you do rice. You brought the rice for Sabbath meal, and it tastes like clay. The brothers ain't on that. Brothers ate it with that face. I'm a support, but this is not right. Right? So what has to happen? They got to deal with the small matters. They're literally raising them as daughters. Sister, I got you. Let me show you. But they got to have patience. They got to have kindness. The elder sisters got to have long suffering. They got to know their duty and what they got to continue to learn. Read. Come on.
Be not ignorant of anything in a great matter or a small.
Right. Jump back.
God. Ye shall not be afraid of the face of man.
See? And they what? Wrong timing. Shariah needs this right here. Oh, okay. Read it one more time. Read that again. Check this out.
Ye shall not be afraid.
Why? I don't know what they're going to think of me. You got a lot of you young sisters. Well, they're going to be upset at me. The sisters, you know how many conversations I had to show my ribs like, this is the type of job you took. Like, I know people ain't going to like me. I'm not going to Kazaki. Why? No, let's go to somebody, let's go to Shaquan. Yeah. Because why? And I'm not saying I come like that all the time, but a lot of times cats don't want to hear that direct truth. Right? No, I'm not. let's go sit in front of Quatazat. Not Quatazat. No. His name is Quatazat. His name is Quatazat Ash. Angry fire. Right? I don't want to counsel with him. Because why? They didn't only do this with us. They did this with everybody, all the prophets. Anybody that's telling them something. That's what our people learn in the world. Anybody that's correcting them, they don't like. Oh, you don't like me. What? No. You're not going to manipulate this. Your ass going to get checked. Everybody is going to get checked. We all got to go through the process. You know what I mean? Trust me. So, you can't be afraid of what they think of you. You just got to make sure you're doing it with integrity, love, and righteousness. Integrity, love, and righteousness. And if you're doing these things in love, right, it doesn't have to be mean. You don't have to be mean about it, but they're going to get checked either way. I can give you a nice check, a soft check, right, a sharp check. I don't got to be mean about it, but you're going to get checked, right? And because this is what they were going to deal with. The strife, the arguments. I don't need to deal with this. And you can't worry about what people feel about you or think about you. Because most of the time, they themselves don't know what the hell judgment is. They don't know what judgment is. That's why they come in and asking. They don't know what to be a husband is, a wife is. They don't know how to deal with a family. They don't know how to deal with the addiction. They don't know how to deal with their lust. But what is one thing they know how to deal with? Their damn ego and their pride. The black man, one thing I know, growing up around all tribes, the black man will try to scare your ass with their looks. Right? No. And you got to sit at them and do like the apostle said. What? Not be afraid of their faces. Okay, I know you're angry. You know what I mean? But they mushy on the inside. Remember, our people got a hard exterior outward, but on the inside, they're loving people. You know what I mean? So you have to know that, being their people. So, and this is why we don't take everything personal. We don't take it personal. Oh, yeah, Con, I know, right? But this is what you're going to get. Let's flip here. Let's go here. This is what I learned. I don't take none of it personal. But y'all see that? Some people don't want to take the position because of what? They know they're going to have to deal with these uncomfortable moments in correction and leadership. And they're like, well, remember the words that I told y'all, don't never say the truth anymore? I'm the type of person. Take that out your damn vocabulary. Well, you still start thinking like that. Well, I'm the type of person that I don't want. Nah, you got to change what type of person you are. So stop coming with that. I'm the type of person that just don't like confrontations. What is it telling us? We're going to have to deal with confrontations. Y'all get that? Read on.
For the judgment is the Most High.
Yeah, because that's what we got to leave it to. Listen, this is not personal. Let's go to the scriptures. Let's see what the scripture says. Go ahead.
And the cause that is too hard for you.
Right, and then you got causes that might be too much. Read.
Bring it unto me.
Right, now you got to go with somebody ahead of you. Hey, he might deal with a cause. He might say, hey, Kazak, I need you to deal with this. Because I'm going to get you on the phone too. Right? And then we what? In the spirit of the Most High, go through the gospel and what? Attack it. Right? And we've done that many times. I've done that with brothers themselves. You're like, hey, can I get you on the line? And we both, as a unit, go about it in the scriptures. Go ahead.
And I will hear it.
Right.
And I commanded you at that time.
Right.
All the things which ye should do.
Read.
And when we departed from Horeb, we went through all that great and terrible wilderness, which ye saw by the way of the mountain of the Amorites.
Right.
As the Lord our God commanded us. And we came to Kadesh Barnea. And I said unto you, ye are come unto the mountain of the Amorites, which the Lord our God doth give unto us. Behold, the Lord thy God has set thy land before thee. Go up and possess it, as the Lord thy God of thy fathers have said unto thee. Fear not, neither be discouraged. And ye came near unto me, every one of you, and said,
we will send men before us.
I like this definition that Mawilla gave too, cumbersome. I gotta read it. It says, can be described as something that is not physically unwielding, but also mentally or emotionally burdensome. That's cold. It refers to objects, tasks, or situations that are challenging to manage, making them difficult to handle with ease or efficiency. Oh my God. That's my new word. Cumbersome. Cumbrance or cumbersome, right? All right, go ahead, read on.
Verse 22.
Go ahead.
And ye came near unto me, every one of you, and said, we will send men before us, and they shall search us out the land.
Right.
And bring us word again by what way we must go up, and into what cities we shall come. And the same pleased me well. And I took 12 men of you, one of a tribe, and they turned and went up into the mountain, and came unto the valley of Eshel, and searched it out.
All right, that's you. Verse 25.
Deuteronomy chapter 1, verse 25. And they took of the fruit of the land in their hands, and brought it down unto us, and brought us word again, and said, it is a good land, the Lord our power doth give us.
Right, so remember, what is this doing? A lot of reiteration of what happened. All right, so he's reiterating, right? Because you got to remind Israel of what happened, right? Go ahead.
Verse 26.
Uh-huh.
Notwithstanding, you would not go up, but rebelled against the commandment of the Lord your power.
Uh-huh.
And ye murmured in your tents, and said, because the Lord hated us, he had brought us forth out of the land of Egypt to deliver us into the hand of the Amorites.
Because they took it for granted. They took the deliverance for granted. Everything that the Most High gave us for granted. Go ahead.
To destroy us. Whither shall we go up? Our brethren have discouraged our heart, saying, the people is greater and taller than we.
Right, because you had some cowards among them. You had some people dealing with anxiety among them. And they didn't know how to control that anxiety, but through the Spirit of the Most High. So what? That anxiety and fear is infectious. See? Read.
The cities are great and walled up to heaven.
Go ahead.
And moreover, we have seen the sons of the Anakims there.
Right, the Anakims were giants, right? The giants among these Canaanites. Go ahead.
Then I said unto you, dread not, neither be afraid of them. The Lord your God, which goeth before you, he shall fight for you, according to all that he did for you in Egypt before your eyes.
Right. And that's our mantra, right? That's one of our mantras. The Most High will fight for us. Whatever we do, be not afraid, be not fearful. The Most High will fight for us, right? Go ahead.
Verse 31. And in the wilderness, where thou hast seen how that the Lord thy God bare thee, as a man doth bear his son, in all the way that ye went, until ye came into this place. Yet in this thing ye did not believe the Lord your God, who went in the way before you, to search you out a place to pitch your tents in fire by night, to show you by what way ye should go, and in a cloud by day. And the Lord heard the voice of your words, and was wroth, and sware, saying, surely there shall not one of these men of this evil generation see that good land, which I swear to give unto your fathers.
Right, because it says in Hebrews that they didn't do it with faith. Everything they were given was not with faith. So we have a problem here. When it's not with faith, it's impossible to please the Father. Exactly. And that be the problem with a lot of us, is that we don't want to be faithful. We panic when it comes to second questioning, and we shivering, but how am I going to do this? How am I going to do that? Won't you stay faithful? Stay focused. Right? Read.
Verse 36. Save Caleb, the son of Jephunneh.
Except for these two other brothers that were with him. Read.
He shall see it, and to him will I give the land that he had trodden upon.
Right. These two brothers, Caleb and Joshua, they were the only ones from the old generation that made it in. Check that out. Read.
And to his children,
because
he had wholly followed the Lord.
Right, because he had wholly, purely, unadulterated, followed the Most High, right? It has to be through faith. A lot of times we don't understand why things don't go right for us, because in that trial you start panicking. Let's not panic. Let's keep moving forward, and the Most High is going to provide. He's going to bring it. Go ahead.
Also the Lord was angry with me for your sakes, saying, Thou also shalt not go in thither. But Joshua the son of Nun, which standeth before thee, he shall go in thither. Encourage him, for he shall cause Israel to inherit it.
You're not going to go in, but you're going to encourage the brother. So what did Moses have to do? We keep bringing it out. He had to stay humble. He had to still have integrity. He had to still have the standard, right? And not panic. And not go falter worse, in a worse way to his fears. He had to keep pure, right? Holy. Go ahead.
Moreover, your little ones, which ye said should be a prey, and your children, which in that day had no knowledge between good and evil, they shall go in thither, and unto them will I give it, and they shall possess it. But as for you, turn you, and take your journey into the wilderness by the way of the Red Sea. Then ye answered and said unto me, We have sinned against the Lord. We will go up and fight, according to all that the Lord our power commanded us. And when ye had girded on every man his weapons of war, you were ready to go up into the hill. And the Lord said unto me, Say unto them, Go not up, neither fight, for I am not among you, lest ye be smitten before your enemies. So I spake unto you, and you would not hear, but rebelled against the commandment of the Lord, and went presumptuously up into the hill. And the Amorites which dwelt in that mountain came out against you, and chased you, as bees do, and destroyed you in Seir, even unto Hormah.
Yeah, just 46, and I'll jump to 44.
And you returned and went before the Lord. But the Lord would not hearken at your voice, hearken to your voice, nor give ear unto you. So ye abode in Kadesh many days, according unto the days that ye abode there.
Right. Okay, so that's it on that. Any questions on that? Self-explanatory, kind of a reiteration of what we already read over in Numbers and Leviticus and all that. All right, so we're going to go to Ecclesiastes, the 44th chapter. It's only 24 verses, so this should be quick. This should be quick. And I'll start reading that. Ecclesiastes 44:1. Let us now praise famous men and our fathers that begat us, that the Lord hath wrought great glory by them through his great power from the beginning, such as did bear rule in their kingdoms, men renowned for their power, giving counsel by their understanding and declaring prophecies. Right? So, y'all see where this is going. It's speaking of our forefathers and the things they did, right? What made them known? Leaders of the people by their counsels. We keep going over it. Leaders of their people by their counsels. Right? This is the job, the leadership, the counseling. Giving them the wisdom. The Most High just showed us about these men in Deuteronomy. Same type of men, right? It says, by their knowledge of learning, meet for the people. But in order for them to get wise, they had to what? Learn. Right? They had to learn. It says, wise and eloquent in their instruction. such as found out musical tunes, right? So we talked about music. What music though? The music, the prayer, the real music, not what we got out here nowadays, right? And recited verses in writing, right? Those psalms that will be prayed. Everything we read in Solomon, Songs of Solomon, Wisdom of Solomon, Ecclesiastes, those psalms, right? Rich men furnished with ability, right? Not only physical wealth, but ability. A lot of brothers and sisters don't understand is, how do you get these abilities? I was talking to my Will about that just a second ago, about how much retaining and learning. Like, what are you learning? What are you filling your cup with? If you're not filling it with information that's righteous, then what is your cup filled with? What do you, if we were to talk, what's going to come out of you? And this is women and men. This ain't only men. Like, the women got to be slow. Nah, bro. Nah, the women got to be stupid, and all you got to be filled with is TikTok information. No. Wisdom. You got to be filled with the information. You got to be able to stand as a woman and be able to speak on your nation as well. Right? It ain't just about the men, it's about the women as well. Okay? Leaders of the people, eloquent instructors such as found out music. I read that. Rich men furnished with ability, living peaceably in their inhabitants. All these were honored in their generations and were the glory of their times. And these men, they're not honoring them. They're not honored now. They wanna honor Tony Bennett, right? That was the dude that just died. Tony Bennett, right? They want to honor the singers and musical people that, like, what did they speak that was wise? What did they speak that was intelligent? What did they speak of with the Most High? You want to tell us, take a good 10 minutes to tell us about their life story and the damn news segment. I'm like, bro, who gives a damn about that? Right? Who cares about that? Well, he was a good musician. Who gives a damn? Who cares? They weren't talking about nothing. Right? So it shows us here and that we're in their glory for their times. There be of them that have left a name. I want y'all to listen to this part. They left a name behind them, and their praise might be reported. You're leaving a name. What name do you want to leave behind? Shabamba was the best twerker ever? Huh? Taquana was the best twerker ever? Right? Huh? She was the best sister that put on makeup. She knew how to put on makeup forever. That's what we gonna be known for? Oh, little two-shoe, little Pito, right? How your name gonna be Little Pito, right? Little Pito does what? Man, he wrote those rhymes, man. He was, we don't got names now. Why these cats got libraries and things named after them, we're what? You die, Little Pito. Huh? What?
Yeah, I was going to say that they'll say that, oh, I'm independent, I'm a boss, right? But they're the only employee.
Right. And then that's what how we want to be known, right? You can be known as well. We went over yesterday to sisters class, and my rib was like, it's something about that Tabitha story that always hits me, because what she did brought her back from the dead, and a lot of people don't want to be known by that. Tabitha's name is written through eternity. What is our names going to be? Right? The guy that never what? Gained any discipline. He blunted himself out. He died at 7-Eleven while arguing with another guy. Right? She was murdered. Oh, what's the sister that faked her disappearance? Oh, that's what you want to be known for. The sister that faked her disappearance. Well, that's what they're saying. With time will tell, right? Right? But what name do we have? What you got? Go to Proverbs 22:1.
Proverbs chapter 22 and verse 1.
Were you already there?
Yeah.
You be watching me, that's why. Yeah.
I was thinking.
You were thinking that?
Yeah.
Good job. Good job. Go ahead.
Proverbs chapter 22 verse 1. A good name is rather to be chosen than great riches, and loving favor rather than silver and gold.
See? A good name. What are you known for? The sister that was so scared she didn't do nothing in her life. She stood in her closet. The brother that was so fearful, they told him, go home, brother. You peed on yourself. What are we going to be known for? You want to be the guy in the front line? Well, then you got to take the position. You got to be ready. You can't have any fear. Go ahead. That was it? 27. Go to, what is it? Verse 2? Go to 27 and 2.
God. Proverbs chapter 27 verse 2.
Go ahead.
Let another man praise you, and not thine own mouth.
See?
A stranger, and not thine own lips.
That's going to be done by great actions. You stepping up to the plate. You understand that?
God.
And this is what we're doing. Y'all get this, y'all?
God.
You got to. You're going to make your name. It could be the sister, the brother that never did anything. They were selfish, self-indulgent. They always complained. They always murmur. They always had an excuse. Or that sister, Tabitha, that what? Was willing, virtuous, obedient to the Most High. Y'all understand that? Go ahead, jump back. What, you got one more?
I had a precept with a good name.
Go ahead. What you got?
Ecclesiastes chapter 7 verse 1.
Go ahead.
A good name is better than precious ointment, and the day of death than the day of one's birth.
There you go. Why? Because they're going to be able to, they're going to really be at your funeral saying, you know what? He was a good brother. It ain't going to be what we got now. Oh, I don't know why he died. Because go to his Facebook, he was a demon. Go to his TikTok, he was a demon. He had so much ahead of him. She didn't. Israel got to stop lying so damn much. We do not want to tell our people the truth. Like, no, he was wicked. He was a dope dealer. No, he was wicked. He was abusive. No, she was wicked because why? All she wanted to do is be a whore. Like, nobody wants to tell the truth. You gotta what? Save faith and say he was good, even though they weren't. Nah. These people's names really had content to them. They really had content based off their actions and their works. Right? Was that it? You have one you were looking for?
Yeah, I feel like I was looking for one.
No? Okay, all right, I'll read on. It says 9. And some there be which have no memorial, who are perished as though they had never been. Right? Big pun. Right? He got his mural up in Fordham Road, up in the Bronx. That's how Big Puns is known for. Man, he was lyrical. Like, really, God, he didn't do nothing. He didn't do nothing. He didn't do nothing for his people. He didn't do nothing for his nation. Right? Go ahead. Come. Let me read it again. It says, as some there be which have no memorial, who are perished as though they had never been, and are become as though they had never been born. That's how a lot of us are going to die. We're going to die not doing anything because you fear, you're scared, you don't want to be known. And I'm not talking about notoriety. I'm talking about known in the spirit, for your name to be written in the book of life. It says that are become, it says, and their children after them. Because if you're nothing, what your kids gonna be? You ain't gonna push them to be anything. Y'all see that? So now you see why the Israelite man, the Israelite father, the Israelite mother is pushing you children to be something else besides the guy that does trash. You're gonna do trash. That's fine. That's okay. Right? You're gonna do wood. That's fine. That's okay. You might sell oil. That's fine. That's okay. You might do a job. That's okay. Right? But what are you in the spirit of the Most High? That's your that's your hobby. What is your profession? Right? Hebrew Israelite. A man of the Most High. A priest of the Most High. An elder sister. A sister that's ready to step up for the nation. That's been there. That can say, I've helped the younger sisters to be a woman. Right? All those things that it said that elder woman would be known by. Y'all see that? All that other stuff is, we're going to do that. Everybody got to put food on the table. You're going to eat. But this is beyond that. Y'all get that? It says, but these were merciful men. They were what? Because I can't read it again. Merciful men. Merciful. They weren't these, well, I got in my position, and next you know I just shit on everybody else. Huh? So what do we got to take out? Well, I'm constantly beating it out my head, so I'll put me first. I got to constantly beat out of my head. I don't see why they don't get it. The merciful side has to prevail and say, you know why they don't get it. Just like when you don't get it. That's merciful side got to be there. Or else you get in the position and you thinking like, man, this is slow. But damn, you slow, sis. Your husband is telling you slow. So you got to remember to be merciful to the younger because you are still lacking. Merciful men, right? Merciful women. But these were merciful men, righteous, whose righteousness hath not been forgotten. See, why did I say earlier about the music? Who gives a damn about Tony Bennett and his music? Where's the righteous? What was he singing? Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Holy, holy, holy. No, he wasn't singing that. So who gives a damn about his music? Right? With their seed shall continually remain a good inheritance, and their children are within the covenants. Because of how did you raise them? Just to be the wood maker? Just to be the oil seller? Just to be the technician? Or you raised them to abide in the covenant? What makes us the righteous? Abiding in this. Right? It says, their seed standeth fast, and their children for their sakes. Their seed shall remain forever, and their glory shall not be blotted out. We talk about it all the time. We might not have the land that was stripped from us and stolen, but we got this covenant. We got the law, statutes, commandments that make us great. So why are you still standing around like, I just come there and congregate? Y'all not getting this. This is a heritage. This is a nation. We're being brought back to who we are. Right? This is not just, I go to church one day a week. This is bigger than that. The bodies, it says their bodies are buried in peace. but their name liveth forevermore. The people will tell of their wisdom, and the congregation will show forth their praise. That's why when you speak of the Joseph, you speak of the Moses, you speak of the Aaron, you speak of the Methuselah, you speak of Eber, right? You speak of the Judith, Rachel, Leah. You speak of them, you're like, man, yeah, these were sisters renowned. And their name echoed through eternity. Huh? You gonna be the sister? Oh yeah, she was great, but they broke up. She's back to her old ways. She's on demon time now. Is that what you're gonna be? Is that your name? You gotta think about it. Their seed, their bodies. It says the people will tell of their wisdom, and the congregation will show forth their praise. Enoch pleased the Lord and was translated. The Bible says he was translated. I'm going to say he was translated. They don't say he was, well, he wasn't translated. It says he was translated many places. He was translated. It says, being an example of repentance to all generations. So Enoch was an example. Right? It don't say he wrote a book either. It says, example of repentance. Noah was found perfect and righteous. No, Noah was a drunk. Who the hell told you that? Who told him that? Who told the white man that to try to portray Noah as a drunk? It said he was righteous in all his generations. So because he drank, that makes him a damn drunkard? You never read about how many, like, yeah, there Noah go again. Him is fading. You don't read about that. You read the one time he drank, and what happened? The sons act like fools, right? Or the Hamites act like fools. You don't read there, Noah was a drunk. These Christians be damn deluded with their own wicked logic. Like, you don't even say that in the Bible. He was known to be a righteous man. In the time of wrath, he was taken in exchange for the world. Therefore was he left as a remnant unto the earth. When the flood came. No, Noah was just a story. There was really people, bro, he was the remnant, he was there. Like the Bible says, it is what it is. And an everlasting covenant was made with him, that all flesh should perish no more by the flood. Abraham was a great father of many people. In glory was there none like unto him. The Most High said, Abraham was a friend of the Most High. Check that out. That's what the scripture, give me that one real quick. We'll add that one. He said he was a friend of the Lord. It says, who kept the law. Wait a minute. Abraham had the law. No, the law was with to Moses. See how these little keys be in the book? Who kept the law of the Most High and was in covenant with him. He established the covenant in his flesh, circumcision. And when he was proved, when he was what? Read it again, Kazak. He was proved. Read it one more time, brother. He was proved. He was found faithful. We don't want to go through that proving, and a lot of us don't want to be found faithful. If you complain, if you murmur, if you cry, if you don't do it, then how are you found faithful through the proving? Well, I went through it. I go through it. And on whose standard? You can't go through this and then complain about it every step of the way. Right? You complain about it every step of the way. And you found in yourself faithful. That's not how it works, y'all. You can't complain about everything and think you're approved. I do it. Nobody wants that. Take that garbage with you. Take that complaining with you. Seriously. Well, us as humans know that. If you make me a plate and you complain about it the whole time, I'm like, I don't even want it no more. I'm sick. I'm nauseous. Right? So why you would think everything you do for the Most High, you complain, you cry, you murmur, and then you think the Most High is going to find you faithful because you threw it up there. Here, Yahweh, you said do it. I did it. You don't want that. You found the scripture? Where is it? Go ahead.
Isaiah chapter 41, verse 8. But thou, Israel, art my servant, Jacob, whom I have chosen, the seed of Abraham, my friend.
The seed of Abraham, my friend. There's another one too. There's another one too. That's Isaiah what?
41 and verse 8.
Isaiah 41. All right, so y'all see this, right? He was proved. What is it?
James 2 and 23.
Go to James 2 and 23. James 2 and 23. Come on. We can do this. We're almost done.
James chapter 2, verse 23.
Go ahead.
And the scripture was fulfilled, which saith, Abraham believed the Most High, and it was imputed unto him for righteousness.
Go ahead.
And he was called the friend of Yahweh.
Check that out. That is, that's like you kicking it with the Most High. If the Most High can say you're his friend, that is insane. That is insane. What level are you on? Right? But why? Now, if I was you, if I was we, I'd go back and be like, wait a minute. How do I become the friend of the Lord? Well, let's go look at Abraham and his actions and what he did. But none of y'all are going to study on that. You still want to be the enemy. You still want to be the enemy of the Most High, man. Y'all not going to go read it. Go read it, y'all. I'm being funny, I'm being facetious, but read it. Go understand what it means to be the friend. So we can learn more of what embodiment of this man's character, what made him the friend of the Most High. What's that? What?
St. John 15 and 14.
What are you doing? Talk to me. Teach me. What are we doing?
I was going to show you.
I can't hear you. The kids are louder than you. What's up?
I was going to show you what you have to do to be one of the Lord's friends.
Go ahead and pull it. Yes, sir.
St. John chapter 15 verse 14. Ye are my friends, if ye do whatsoever I command you.
Right, and that's the door opener. That's the door opener, and there's so many more that go with that. You are my friends if you do whatsoever I command you. When you go read about Abraham, you start to see, oh damn, he did certain things certain ways. This is what he exemplified in doing them. And then we start to what? Try to covet the gifts. Covet the best gifts of Abraham, right? Verse 21. Therefore he assured him by an oath that he would bless the nations in his seed, and that he would multiply him as the dust of the earth, and exalt his seed as the stars, and cause them to inherit the sea from sea to sea. You can't undo that. The children of Israel will inherit from sea to sea. That means the world. So when you go back to that Esdras, it says the world was created for your sake. It was written with Abraham. Okay? And from the river unto the utmost part of the land. With Isaac did he establish likewise for Abraham his father's sake the blessing of all men and the covenant, and made it rest upon the head of Jacob. He acknowledged him in his blessing, and gave him an heritage, and divided his portion among the 12 tribes, did he part them. All right. All right. That concludes the reading. That concludes the reading. Does anybody got any questions outside of the reading? Something we want to tell. You got a question? You got a question, huh? What's your question, huh? I can't hear you, huh? Babies are too loud.
Off the reading.
What's that? I can't hear you. I'm deaf.
Off the reading.
Off the reading. You got a question? What you got? Let's go. I want you young men to talk loud in here. You young lions. Don't come with that timid spirit up in here. Huh? Get around your mama and you play that game. You come up in here and you go, that's right, Rob. Go ahead, read.
So last Tuesday's class,
Last Tuesday's class, what?
I was holding the scripture and
You waited all the way from last Tuesday. You want to make sure this scripture goes for what? Last Tuesday's class? What was last Tuesday's class on?
No, this was the point that they were on.
Oh, the point they were on. What point were they on?
It was about communication and talking to each other. So I had a scripture.
Okay, what was that?
James 5 and 16.
Go ahead.
James chapter 5 and verse 16. Confess your faults one to another. And pray one from another.
And pray one for, right, okay, so yes, this goes with communication because in order to confess, you got to communicate. And confession in itself is talking and communicating, right? So that definitely. Whoa. Hey, y'all get them together back there. It sounds like you're hanging them upside down and burning their flesh. Like, you got him on a damn stick back there, beating him or something? You got to get these kids in order, man. Come on, I get it, they're kids, but goddamn, he's screaming like he's in slavery. The coach kids ain't back there. They're gonna think like we're torturing these kids alive. Right? Or we don't care. Exactly. So get these kids in order. All right. Yes, that goes with that. Okay. All right. Any other questions? Lanell, what you got?
Matthew chapter 27, verse 51 and 52.
Okay, let's get there. Okay, what's your question?
I'm trying to get an understanding of the temple being rent in twain, and the saints that stood up out of their graves, like just an understanding of it.
Okay, we're gonna give a basic understanding, but with precepts we could go over a whole class on that. That'd be good because that's something that we haven't touched on, right? In a long time. But going into that part, but go ahead and read it.
Matthew chapter 27, verse 51.
Yeah.
And behold, the veil of the temple.
Okay, read 50.
Come. Verse 50. Yahushua, when he cried again.
Right, so this is Yahushua being crucified. Right? And the moment when he died, go ahead.
When he cried again with a loud voice, yielded up the ghost. And behold, the veil of the temple was rent in twain.
Right. So at this time, the temple veil, which we read about all in the Old Testament, right, was rent. Well, there was symbolism behind that. Okay. I would like to go over a whole class on that, as opposed to just shoot you a few scriptures right now. All right, but there was symbolism, that partition and that separation from Yahushua, that was symbolic, between us and the Most High. That separation was done away with his death. scriptures we can go into that, right? So that's what the symbolic meaning of the veil being rent, right? Go ahead.
From the top to the bottom, and the earth did quake,
right?
And the rocks rent,
right?
And the graves were opened, and many bodies of the saints which slept arose.
I know it's a hard saying, but this is written. What it's saying is that there's many saints that arose, that they came from the graves that were resurrected. Go ahead.
Verse 53.
And
came out of the grave after his resurrection. And went into the holy city and appeared unto many.
So remember, they weren't zombies. So it's 2023. They put this zombie thing in your head. When we resurrect and our body comes back, it's going to be brand new. So these weren't, they weren't doing that. All right. So their body came back as new, right? And they went through the city and spoke to the people, right? It says what it says. All right. All right. Now, when you get into that, and we still got to go over the class on resurrection, we can put all those together. Right. Yeah. So I want to go with that in entirety instead of a few scriptures, because it'd be better for online and they can have the full class. You know what I mean? We can have it recorded and everything. But yes, that happened. Just like it's going to happen when Yahushua comes back. It says the graves are going to be opened up, and everybody is going to be brought out of those graves, right? I know it's something to imagine. You got to think about all of that happening. All this is going on, and people coming out of the graves. That's why it says it shall no longer be said, this is the children of Israel was brought from the land of the north, or brought from the land of Egypt, but from the land of the north. Because Egypt is going to be child's play according to what is going to happen here on this earth. It's something that is never going to be seen ever again. So, yes. All right. I know I didn't go into a lot of scriptures, but we'll go over that. All right. All right. Any other questions? Anything else? Anything online? Look up there. See anything online? No. Give them a few seconds. Remind everybody, Passover. I know, you know why we remind everybody? Because it takes time for you to make sure you got the finances, make sure you got money, right? Where's the Passover going to be at? So even in that, buying your ticket or preparing money to drive with brothers, that's why we remind everybody ahead of time. So it's going to be in San Antonio this year. Last year we hosted it. And we take turns in each state. All right? So, this is what, okay, so when you're in the world and you take vacays, this is our vacay.
Yes.
The feast days. You know what I mean? And we have a lot of dang feast days. Right? The thing is, do we have as much money to catch up to our feast days? Is the question. Because we can do a lot of things on our feast days, but money-wise, everybody don't have it. But I say that and not being funny. You get a lot of people that come in the truth and you want to vacate like the world. That's fine. But the truth, we have a lot of that as well. You know what I mean? Passover and all these feasts that we go to, right? And we do. And we take out time out of class 7 to 8 days and just feast. That's our vacay. You know what I mean? Like the summits we go to. All these things is vacay, right? So, Passover's coming up. And it's going to come quick. This year's going on quick.
Yeah.
What are we going to be in, 2023?
2024 after this.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Insane.
It's crazy.
Remember the year 2000? You're like, this earth can't go, and then now we're in the 2024. It's coming to an end, though. The crescendo, the music, the rising of it. It's coming to an end, y'all. Their time is almost up. We have to what? Continue. Like Christ said in the Gospels, when he comes, he wants to find you so doing. So doing what? It ain't your own works. We got to be doing his works. So, as we see, if we're looking, if our eyes are open, it's coming to an end. It's drawing to a close. Nothing else online? Nobody got anything?
No.
Okay. All right. Remember the Sabbath. Keep your minds, your head, your spirit in the right place. And I want y'all sisters, if you didn't get a chance to catch that class yesterday, go back and watch the women's class. All right? Okay. All right. Imagine. We'll put your hot down. Let's finish up the Sabbath prayers. Barakatay Hawashah. Barakatay Hawashah. Barakatay Hawashah. Hallelujah. 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 Barakatay Hawashah. Hashem Hawashah. For this Sabbath, this day, this rest that you give us. Please, this day and the days to come, be with us. Your humble servants. Remove negativity, a fearful, doubting, unbelieving, double-minded mind. Remove the spirit of faithlessness and fear away from me. Remove the spirit of doubt and anxiety away from me. Yahweh, you are the power. Give us the power to be like you. Bless us with the fruits of the Spirit. Patience, kindness, long-suffering, gentleness, peace. Please, to endeavor to keep unity in the bond of peace. Please, Yahweh, unite us in one mind, one spirit, one judgment, and remove negativity away from us. Ba'ashem Yahushua. Raise up prophets, raise up teachers, raise up women, raise up children that have been in thy name, and reward them that wait for you, Yahweh. And let thy prophets be found faithful. Please, make the time short. Remember the covenant. And let them declare thy wondrous works. Raise up indignation. And pour out wrath. Take away the adversary. And destroy the enemy. Please, Yahweh. Please, Yahweh. Make the time short. Make the time short. Make the time short. And remember the covenant. Ba'ashem Yahushua. Water. Aman. Yeah, we need this time to be short, man. We need to get the hell out of this place. Barak day Hawah. Ba'ashem Yahushua. Hahawa. Natalanawa. Ha-tawara.
This is blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua that gives us the law.
Barak day Hawah. Ba'ashem Yahushua. Hahawa. Natalanawa. A war. Lara'ah.
This is blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua that gives us the light to see.
Barakatah Yahweh. Bahasham Yahweh Shai. Hahawa'a. Natalanawa. Ha'ayom. Quara. La Quara'a. Ha'ain.
This is blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barakatah Yahweh. Bahasham Yahweh Shai. Hahawa'a. Natalanawa. Shaman. Zayath. Lamashath. Yasha'awa.
This blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives the olive oil, that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
And if you want to get anointed, we do that after class. Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto Yahweh and to sing praises unto his name, O Most High, to show forth thy loving kindness in the morning and thy faithfulness every night upon an instrument of 10 strings, upon the psaltery, upon the harp with a solemn sound. For thou, Yahweh, has made me glad. Through thy work, I will triumph in the works of thy hands. O Yahweh, how great are thy works, and thy thoughts are very deep. A brutish man knoweth not, neither doeth a fool understand this. When the wicked spring up as grass, and all the works of iniquity do flourish, it is that they shall be destroyed forever. But thou, Yahweh, art most high, forevermore. For lo, thine enemies, O Yahweh, for lo, thy enemies shall perish. All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered. But our horn shall thou exalt like the horn of a unicorn. We shall be anointed with fresh oil. My eye also shall see my desires on my enemies, and my ears shall hear my desire of the wicked that rise up against us. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like the cedar in Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh Shai shall flourish in the courts of the Most High. They shall bring forth fruit in old age. They shall be fat and flourishing to show that Yahweh is upright. He is my rock, and there is no unrighteousness in him. This is Psalms 133. Shayar, Hamalawa, Larawa, Hana, Matawa, Wama, Naayam, Shabbat, Akim, Gum, Yachad, Kashama, Hatawa, Ail, Haraash, Yerad, Ail, Zakwan, Aharan, Shayaran, Ail Panya, Marawafiwa, Katol, Karawan, Shayarad, Ayo, Harayah, Tazayawan, Kaya, Sham, Tazawa, Yahweh, Habaraka, Kayayam, Ai, Haiwalam, Aman.
This is Psalms 133. Behold. Ready. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head, that went down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life forevermore. Bahasham Yahushua. The water. Yah. Aman.
All right, circle it. Good. Come on, swing it around. Swing down.
That was wild for just a couple of hours.
All right, call it.
I Imagine. Barak. Yahweh Shem Yahushua Barakah. Kumasa. Kumasa.
And Matan trying to say to sisters. Call it.
Salute now the daughters of Zion. Min Israel. Imagine. Barak.
Yahweh
Shem Yahushua.
Yadi Machad. Say Shabbat Shalom to everybody online. Shabbat Shalom. Love y'all. Appreciate you.